Hey there, travelers. My name's Kai. Welcome to Proudly Radical. Hey there, Kat. Yes. Daddy State is very mad. Ooh. Yep. It's that time in the sort of problem, reaction, solution, Hegelian dialectical sort of territory. Hey, yeah, right. That the state comes clamping down on the bad little boys and girls. But the interesting thing to note is, this time it seems it's going to be a group that doesn't get it that often. So should be some interesting reactions as a result. We're already starting to see them. I mean, some of the videos that are coming out of, the people who are involved in the Capitol incident. I don't even know what we want to call that. I mean, I suppose we could call it a riot, but I mean, again, not really sure what I want to call that yet. But there was a guy in the airport that people have seen. Hey, cool boy. Like 15 million views so far. The dude losing his shit. Hey, Jenny. Thank you for the sub. And welcome back. Insurrection seems fitting in your eyes. You know what? Actually, I had a chart about that. Where would that be? I think it's one of these pages. Tactical diversity with individualist leanings. Yeah, insurrection kind of works, doesn't it? Hey, Syndicalist. So I burned through these three over the weekend. It doesn't have anything to do with the diversity that the left is familiar with. We're talking actual insurrectionary tactics. But that's a conversation, maybe not even for a stream, but for another day, most assuredly. Thank you. Yeah, I got through. I prioritized the. I prioritized the small ones, right? Like I started on this one, which is a bit thicker. So I managed to do today. But yeah, For Futures, anti-capitalism, and Panganyang and Decolonizing Resistance are Anarchism in the Philippines. Mostly I think back to college. I miss it for the drugs. If you've got someone who has difficulty envisioning possible alternative economic systems and societal outcomes, I can recommend this. For most people, though, that watch my channel, I don't recommend this. This is for people to get over that hump of like, what would it look like? How would it operate? That sort of thing. Easy read. I'd recommend it for like secondary level education even. All right. God. Don't recommend it. This is the illustrated one that I was looking forward to. I legitimately was. I was looking forward to this. It's highly reductive. It is, pictures. It is highly, highly reductive. It glosses over things it shouldn't gloss over. It reduces some of the areas. What it actually does is here. Let me show you in the beginning, right? Get you a focus. Good enough. So it sort of goes through all the different areas of anti-capitalist thought, philosophy, ideology, and it does them in these sort of illustrated sections. The problem is that it does it in a page. Here's the Bolsheviks. Here's Leninism. Imagine attempting to sum up Leninism or Guevaraism or the Russian Revolution or anarchism on a single page where most of it is dedicated to an illustration. It is so fucking reductive. It becomes essentially useless. Now, what I can recommend is the very first portion of this is entirely dedicated to explaining capitalism and classist society and the social classes and the lower classes and the class struggle and private property, commodity, salary and market, original accumulation, global expansion, nation states, imperialism, globalization, internal expansion, the state, guaranteeing accumulation, ensuring legitimacy. The entire first section of this book is actually useful for explaining to, I'd say, like secondary education level or somebody who has no experience in politics whatsoever, the nature of any of these sorts of fields, right? So for my channel, I can't recommend this book really, but if you have somebody who has literally no water on their feet, then sure. The first part of the book I do think accomplishes a decent amount and covers a fair amount of ground. But once they get into the sort of anti-capitalist social movement explanation areas, it gets really, really sparse. The third area of the book, which sort of, I forget how they define it, anti-capitalism's new movements, networks, and actions, has some interesting stuff in it, right? But if you are a regular viewer of this channel, like if you're like one of my standard community members, give it as a gift to somebody else. Jenny, 16 would be just fine. 18, it actually may be talking down to. So 16 would be fine. Yeah, 100%. History teacher, go Burr. Hey, Narcissus. Yeah, cool boy. Like, you know, yeah, exactly. Beginning guide, maybe, that sort of thing. Hey, derp. Anti-capitalism for dummies. Yep, basically. It really is. But if I were to tell, God, yeah, it really is anti-capitalism for dummies. My still recommendation for an anti-capitalism book was, and probably will always be How to Be an Anti-Capitalist in the 21st Century by Eric Olin Wright. 100%. That's the way to go with if you want an anti-capitalism book. The hows, the whys, that sort of stuff. Let's see. ABCs of Socialism is good if you need pics and artwork with your primary praxis intro. Hey, Mr. Fancy Pants. Hey, premarital. Are you familiar with Mao Zedong's on contradiction? Yeah, that's the essay that went on to basically become the manifesto, right? I couldn't recite any of it off the top of my head, but I'm familiar enough with sort of origin points and what it became. There you go. It's Anti-Capitalism by Ezequiel Adamovsky, Ezequiel, Adamovsky. And there's a collective of artists that helped illustrate it. Not to, ignore them. 8 years old. 8 years old. I'm just saying, I do have kids' books for anarchism and anti-capitalism that we looked into as a channel. Cat. Hey, the evil honk. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Woject. Oh, yeah, there is. Did I leave them in here? No, they're out in the bookcase. Yeah, I have, okay, if you're interested, give me 1 sec. Right, for the kid havers in the audience right now, evil. I am an anarchist. I advocate from a position of anarchism, collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a hierarchy or horizontal organizational structure, and a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms, unjust power and authority mechanisms, and the dismantling or replacement thereof wherever they may lie. All right, there's the speed run version of it. But we have a lot of sort of conversations centered around praxis and theory. Yes, it is, Woject, and I've only run it a few times. Okay, so this one, if you have little kids, hey, BT8, this is already too much. This is already too little for an 8-year-old, probably. Like, I would say 7 on the outside. We actually read this one on air. It's literally a children's book, but it, here. I got you, honk. I got you, no worries. Tag in chat. It is literally about a squat. It's about a group of animals that break out of their cages and create a squat. And the system comes down on them for it, and they rebel. So, little kids. A Rule is to Break, A Child's Guide to Anarchy. Now, I differ with some of how it tells the sort of story of anarchy for a child. Like, I would write it slightly differently, but I have philosophical differences of opinion with tons of ideologues, philosophers, political scientists, and poets, and whatever else, right? Difference of opinion is going to be natural. But yeah, a rule is to break a child's guide to anarchy. And it's got stuff on like music. It's got stuff on, holidays and appreciations and, social activities and getting along with people, building things, not buying things. So to, sort of subvert the consumerist mindset. So there you go. If you want children's books. All right, let me scroll back a little bit and Trump just declared Cuba a supporter of terrorism. I'm now legit afraid Trump is going to start a nuclear war within the next 9 days. I mean, they've mentioned that he doesn't actually have the keys to that kingdom anymore, but hey, Brooke. Is there a specific place where I can browse these types of books? Yes, but I'm not allowed to advocate for anything illegal on stream. That's just a thing that we're not allowed to do. So things like book piracy is not a thing we're able to do. But yes, there are. There we go. A place you can buy them, Firestorm, firestorm.coop. firestorm.coop. They are my anarchistic co-op / bookstore of choice. They're in Asheville, North Carolina. It's a sort of a radical, gay, feminist, trans, anarchist event space / bookstore co-op. And I get maybe 50% of my books from them. It's in chat. Did they give someone a real football to trick Trump so he wouldn't realize they didn't have access? You're welcome, Syndicalist. I just saw Kaiser's new flag. And let me... yeah, it sounds about right. It's my ace. Ace, my ace. Thank you, my dear. Ace on the 3-month streak. Dora la Conquistadora. A children's guide to native genocide. Oh, and the third book, is Pangayaw and Decolonizing Resistance, Anarchism in the Philippines. Recommend. Especially if you're into the, like, indigenous areas. Yeah, it was super easy. These are... I mean, I covered that in a day. Okay. No, it's really not. No, I can't syndicalist. Either way, he definitely is a student of Bookchin's. Based on, I mean, there's at one point he basically bastardizes, but it's essentially a direct quote. But he's definitely definitely a student of Bookchin, definitely uses his version of confederalism and structural organization for disparate networks of localized communities using a ground-up sovereignty system. But it does it from the perspective of a boots-on-the-ground anarchist in the Philippines. And they have a really interesting Bookbin. They have a really interesting take on anarchism in the Philippines. It was brought to them by punk music. That was their introduction culturally to anarchism. So they sort of have this local, contemporary version bootstrapped onto the old school version. And they have a history of it. There are Philippine, which in and of itself is a whole fucking issue he gets into. But there is a history of expats or exiles from the Philippines during the Spanish era of imperialism that ended up locked up in Spain and got introduced to anarcho-syndicalists. And in fact, one of them was Bakunin's buddy. And so, oh, Jesus Christ. And so, yeah, there's some really interesting stuff in that one. Pangayaw is sort of lander-based rebel warfare, a land or water-based rebel warfare. Traditionally takes place in and around the archipelago in boats, and this is sort of a traditionalist form of resolving conflict amongst the various groups. But yeah, it is. It's Bas Umali is the author. Well, he's the author of the few essays. There's an editor who compiled the essays, who worked with Bas, but the essays are really insightful. And I can honestly say that it helped me recontextualize revolution from a contemporary anarchist perspective with an indigenous bent on it, utilizing an old school definition of revolution. So, you know. Oh, somebody got capped. Hey, Frutus. Interesting. Sad I missed him. Cool. Well. Jenny. Okay, probably for the best. Oh, all right. Well, I've read enough technical documentation over my lifetime to last me a lifetime. I'm good. I'm done. I'm long done reading tech specs and manuals and data sheets. Yeah, those days are behind me. Now it's all theory. Although, a few of these books aren't theory. A few of these are direct action and praxis territory. This one I'm partway into. This is the one I started today. The Government of No One, Theory and Practice of Anarchism by Ruth Kina. It's in the same vein as Peter Marshall, History of Anarchism, Demanding the Impossible, but a little more actionable, if I had to describe it in its sort of linguistic terminology. Demanding the Impossible is very much like an academic tome, and to some degree this is an academic tome as well. The anarchist biography section that, you know, does like 2 paragraphs on various notable anarchists, which admittedly has some more diversity than Marshall's does, but the rest of it, like Anarchy in Action and stuff like that, it definitely it does. It seems a little more actionable of information. So I want to get through it before I completely throw it a recommendation, but so far it seems like that'll definitely make a recommended list. Oh, well, you can't really help that, Rebel. Hang on, let me, oh, I'm not even insulted if someone thinks that I may be trans. I take that as a high five, because communities be recognized regardless of my non-trans status. I'm quick to shut down bitch for insulting them. All right. What can you do? They need, okay, so there are those that can be educated, Rebel, and there are those that refuse. Willful ignorance is far worse than ignorance. And if what you're up against, it's your own sort of determination. If what you're up against is willful ignorance, they don't want to learn, then there really isn't any, don't waste your time. There's no progress to be made there. That's like kicking water uphill. Just cut your losses and move on with your life. But throw popcorn at them when you walk away too, says Ace. There are things that you can try to get them to sit down and watch something like Chomsky's Manufacturing Consent. Getting them to read it is a whole nother matter, but get them to watch Manufacturing Consent. That may actually, you know, maybe shake something loose. But the truth of the matter is that getting someone who has been fed mainstream propaganda for decades to suddenly come into realizing that capitalism is not the greatest thing in the world, that communism doesn't equal Stalin and Soviet Russia launching a nuke at your house in particular, and that anarchism doesn't mean I want to burn down your house with your puppies in it. Right? Like, getting them over that hump is a whole other ball game, and it requires education. It requires time, dedication, and education. Hey, OnlyFacts. Jesus Christ. I have a question. Are we still the United States of America? Asking for a friend. Let's see, I know the general theme is cutting them off, but it's hard to cut off Graham, you know. Some people you just sort of have to just not talk about it with then. If Graham is closer to death than she is understanding a new political concept, then maybe just don't have the discussion with Graham. Maybe try to avoid politics with her. Narcius, I think a lot of people think capitalism is awesome. I do. Now, that's a poorly educated version of capitalism, and they don't draw a whole lot of conclusions, and there's not very much nuance to it. But we live in a country that's, you know, USA, USA, USA. Fucking, what are you gonna do, right? Memphis. She's super R, hardcore, Trump rallies, the whole nine. Oh, yeah, you're not gonna... The only thing I can help you with in that sort of situation, Epic, is use the Socratic method. A lot of questions, and lead them down a path. You have to get them to think for themselves. You can't tell them, because they're going to automatically have a firewall. They're going to have antibodies against that sort of thing. So you have to just lead them down the path. And the best way to do that is using the Socratic method. Ask them leading questions and see where you can lead them. You're welcome, Epic. I managed to make my mother read Manufacturing Consent. Congratulations. That's not an easy one. Of course, they're lying to us. The press lies was her takeaway. And that was quite depressing. The problem with Manufacturing Consent is that people are going to interpret it as proof of fake news when it's not the point. You know, it's all education, right, for Tus? It's all education when it comes down to the end of the day. All right. Hambless. I don't know how many times I've had to say to my mother-in-law things like, I see how you could feel that way, and not follow up. Woject, my path towards the left began when I sat down and tried to come up with a way to restructure society to be more equitable and not designed to destroy the ecology. Well, I mean, that's already a leftist sort of exercise, Woject. Then I asked my political science major friends, and it turns out what I made was communism. Essentially, what you attempted to use was Rawls's veil of ignorance, it sounds like, Woject. But, yeah, without even realizing it. Do I know Michael Malice? Writer, correct? Yeah, he like, ghost wrote a bunch of books. That's about all I know about him. Yeah, he's a writer of some sort. No, Ace, you can't take it back. Where are you on the political spectrum? I just joined. I am a, you know, you would, depends how you would define it, but classically speaking, I would be the bottom left-hand corner. If you're working off a two-axis political compass. First and foremost, I utilize anarchism as my primary lens of analysis. So from that position. But I temporally stretch my what I advocate for and what I utilize as a, hey, well, thank you for that follow, Hambless. I'm sorry, thank you for that sub, Hambless. I temporally stretch what I advocate for based on what level of progress or type of progress is necessary to head in the direction that I'd like to head. As I like to tell people, we have to change trains at multiple train stations to get where I'd like to go. So I'm not particularly advocating for one specific train station at this point in time. I'm advocating for us just to start heading that way, right? He's the only other anarchist I know, so obviously you know each other. Just curious if you had an opinion on him. I haven't really read anything he's written. I just know that he's a writer and that he's done like some celebrity ghost writing and celebrity book ghost writing and stuff like that. But yeah, I haven't particularly read anything of his, or at least not that I'm aware that I've read. Thank you, Fax. Fairly lawful neutral. Lawful evil. Hey, Catboy. Lawful anarchism, how does that work? Anarchism isn't about chaos. It isn't about lack of organization or lack of societal structure. That's anarchy is order. It's just the way it works. It's just a different form of organizational structure. It uses heterarchies rather than hierarchies. So horizontal organizational structures. Yeah. It wasn't even stolen, only facts. It was intentionally maligned. It was a conscious propaganda effort. But yeah. Drivers? Yeah, the Twitch suggestion seems to like me. I don't know what the deal is, but it seems to like me. I'm glad you like what you found. They just passed paid family leave in Colorado. Well, rock on. Now the next 3 books I have to work my way through are like that. I really am looking forward to the fighting fascism one. It's not often that books are willing to touch the political violence thing. It should be interesting. Just gotta dive in, drivers. I feel you, though. I feel you. So there's this guy. This guy called Sturgeon Johann. Was it Johann something Schmidt? Is his actual name. I forget his middle name, but he's got a 3-point name. Well, not quite yet, Catboy. Not quite yet. Well, let me look it up. Casper. It's Casper facts. Johann Casper Schmidt. All right, so let me go back a little bit. Beach. Have I read any Ludwig von Feuerbach? No. I'm aware that he's like a left Hegelian sort of type that had some, was it critiques of Christianity that led up to or influenced the likes of like Darwin and that sort of thing. But no, I haven't read any Feuerbach. All right, cool. Clearly, I mean, you're advocating for him. I'll make a mental note. But like I said, I have quite the reading list. But duly noted. Don't skip him. If he comes up in a list organically, I will not skip him. Duly noted. I've seen mixed things on the Proud Boys in Canada. I know they were talking about ruling them a terrorist or a domestic terrorist organization or a terrorist organization, or classifying them as one. But as you can tell by the stream title, I have migrated out of the Schadenfreude territory, and now I'm watching the state apparatus crack down on another group of citizens and human beings, and you better believe that they're not going to be the only ones catching flack on this one. The left always gets splashed back on this sort of thing. We're going to get caught up in it. It's just another reason for the neolibs to roll out the state authoritarian apparatus, right? This is just one more group that they can criminalize and churn into the system. The only difference is that they're white for once, right? It's definitely going to be different for them. It is a group that has been exempted for quite some time from this sort of thing. But I mean, people of color, LGBT, left, Black Panthers, indigenous people. I mean, everybody sort of, we've all been fucking ground up in this process before. Don't get me wrong. I'm not excusing their behavior, but I mean, you have to contextualize it within this larger framework of authoritarianism and statism that is going to come crashing down on their heads now. And it's one thing when they're going toe to toe with them in the Capitol. There's a good chuckle to be had there. We had a good laugh about the lady who was trampled to death while carrying the "Don't Tread on Me" flag. Are you shitting me? That's fucking hilarious. But now it's punching down. Now it's going to become exactly what we expect it to. I mean, I'm already sick of seeing 9/11 comparisons. Like, there was an article that touched the top of all on Reddit today that was, this needs to be investigated like 9/11. We gonna go down this avenue again? Great. We're so, I mean, that's the thing. Like, on the left, we're used to it, right? Like, I know we're gonna catch splashback on this one. There's no way that they don't use this crackdown to crack down on some other shit too while they're at it. It's just the way it always goes. I've seen Rose McGowan, his pinned tweet. No, I have not, Catboy. The next book I'm reading is about the Diggers of England. Oh shit, I'm not familiar with it, but I do know the term, and I have like a modicum of knowledge, but nothing worth speaking on, Jenny. But if there's any fun tidbits, you know where to share them. Let's see. Rand Paul went on to Toilet Paper USA to pander. As for which group they're gonna crack on, my money is on the SRA. Yeah, my legs are actually tight. I could use a little stand up. Last meeting where Kirk, good old Charlie, said people are heroes. You can be my hero. For not social distancing, that event. He was one of the speakers. All right, interesting. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad it is that fast, drivers. We were just talking about, speaking about like the splashback that's going to occur, the excuse that the sort of neoliberal, authoritarian, hyper-capitalist framework of the police state now has under this sort of mandate, this excuse to crack down on right-wing domestic terrorism. All of the knock-on effects that's going to happen, very similar to, and we've already seen comparisons to 9/11, that sort of thing, and you know how that went so well for civil liberties in our nation. That's going to happen for sure. Yeah, the police state will be expanded to all now, not just people of color. Exactly, Wojak. Like that, and that's the interesting thing is the group that's going to get it now hasn't gotten it very much. I was able to use videos from Snowden to explain to people how they're going to track down people from the attack. It's I saw a video of a MAGA idiot getting tackled down by the police at the airport shouting, "You're treating me like a black person." Well, he wasn't wrong. No, that's most assuredly that video was 2 years old. All right, cool. I did see the it's been viewed 15 million times now. The guy who got put on the no-fly list. For, you know, they call him a terrorist and tell him he's on the no-fly list, and he starts crying and screaming. Yeah, it's definitely it's gonna be interesting, what ramifications these have. Yeah, you're not supposed to be shooting Patriots, you're supposed to be shooting BLM. Hurting the wrong people. Yeah, and so, I mean, I suppose it means that there's going to be there's two possibilities, right? There's always more possibilities than that, but for the purposes of generalized discussion, you're going to find the ones that sort of wake up to the boot and just sort of sit down, shut up, and go along to get along, right? But there is going to be a percentage that's going to be radicalized by this, that are waking up, right? That's going to happen. There's going to be a percentage of them that are going to be like, they're not here for us. They're not here to protect us or help us. The system isn't for us. They're going to come at it from a sort of perverted perspective, right? They're going to come at it from like that sort of white replacement theory, the system has been stolen out from under us mentality, but they're still going to arrive at a very similar conclusion of what the left is known for a while, that this shit doesn't work for you. That's not what it's there for. You know, only facts, I sure hope not, but it is a potential conclusion for them. Yeah, it really is. There seems to be a ramping up in and around that shit. Yep. We'll see. I mean, now they've seen how the system is going to react to them. Right? It's not... They had a few cops wave them through and help them out. And they were sort of allowed to get away with it at first. But the sort of police apparatus has now been spun up and has been mobilized, and now there's going to be a percentage of them that are going to draw battle lines. And they have a momentum that the left doesn't have. I don't know if I want to use the word momentum, but they have an energy that the left hasn't had for a long time, even including the BLM protests. They're not coming from a point of reason. Hey, thank you for the sub, Jenny, and congratulations, Lupe, to the gift sub. But they have an energy about them that we don't have, and it's not exactly a comforting energy. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, the cult is not dead and won't be for decades. This is the new insecure white men hate group, and expect them to do the same things that the other insecure white men hate groups have done in the past. Jenny, I agree with that. They don't have a sustainable plan, but that won't stop them from acting. Right? You ever been to an anarchist, like a co-op organizational meeting? We want to hammer out every last detail. These fuckers are like, screw it, let's storm the Capitol building. Well, what do we do after that? Right? Like they're not thinking in the same way. Like they're running off of emotion. They're reactionaries. And so Woject, I agree. Hey there, Sassy. That, yeah, it's... I mean, they have but one demand, and it's a monarchistic demand at that. They want Trump as the leader. That's it. Like, that's all they're after. And that makes it very easy to mobilize. Thank you for the follow, Ferrix. Narcissus. My introduction to the political rule was drawing a Hitler mustache on a poster for the far-right candidate for presidential election in France. Hey, whatever gets you in. Hey, thank you for following Non-Dairy. Custard. Marie Le Pen. Gamma. I mean, you can educate your way out of it, but that's not an easy process. It's not a quick process either. But I'm really interested to see one, the knock-on effects of the spun-up authoritarian system, right? The police state gets another go because of this. They get a whole new batch of people. Now it's sort of like middle class and like working class, economic anxiety, white folk, which have been excused from the meat grinder for quite a while. So I'm interested to see who else gets rounded up in this sort of police state crackdown that's going to occur, that's already occurring. Because as we on the left and marginalized communities already know that there is no opportunity wasted in these sorts of situations. So we're going to be targeted as well somewhere along the way. And two, I'm really interested in seeing what the sociological, psychological knock-on effects for that primary targeted group are. As I stated, I think that there's going to be a sort of like a binary split. The ones that lay down and the ones who are deluded enough to think they can stand up. But hey. Facts. I 100% agree. I 100% agree with that delineation is a function of economic privilege. I do. They're going to be the ones that make the monetary cutoff, and they're going to be just fine. And then they're going to be the ones that are looking forward to, their children being wage slaves and their grandchildren being wage slaves and being yoked under this system of oppression that everybody else gets, just with a different branding on it for them. And they are going to be very angst-ridden. And they are a group that are used to getting their way, or at least the system kowtows in certain ways to them, historically speaking, contemporarily speaking. And that's going to have a whole host of effects that, I'm not comfortable predicting, but it could get violent on a regular for them. Kaiser, that is true. But they have no experience protesting, right? Like this is the double-edged sword. The left has so much experience protesting that they know decent praxis at it, but they have so much experience protesting that they also have like almost a epigenetic group form of PTSD to an extent. We know what will happen. We know what'll happen. Fuck around. Like, fuck around, see what happens. So we're very twitchy about it. We're very hesitant. They have none of that. They think they can do that. They just like, yeah, of course we can storm the Capitol building. Why not? They've got none of that ingrained memory. So their behavior is entirely different from what the left protest behavior would be, both in protecting oneself and the group, as well as risk assessment and willingness to accept a certain level of risk. Hey, Curio. The 1960s and 70s taught the left that, for better or for worse. Exactly. The double standard has been evident for a long time. Even Obama acknowledged it on Twitter, pointing out BLM and MAGA supporters' difference in policing. A lot of people say the left is weak. Do you agree with that? No. I think the left is far from weak. I think that they're traumatized. I think they're traumatized. If I had to boil it down to a thing, right? Like I was just saying, the right has no experience in this. The left has generations of experience in being the recipient of the boot. We know what it's like, whether you're gay, whether you're an anarchist, whether you're a communist, whether you're trans, whether you're a woman, whether you're a person of color, whether you're indigenous. If you're over there on the left, generally speaking, you already know what it feels like when you challenge this state. They coming for your ass. And the group that did this most recent incident has none of that experience. So it's an entirely different action set. When we go out, we need to check all the boxes because we know what will happen. We're going to have medic teams out there. We're going to have fucking first aid tents. We're going to have snack organizers. We're going to have, we're going to have a whole host of stuff. We're going to, there's going to be a contingent of black bloc because they know cover your fucking faces, dumbasses. It's an entirely different set of actions. And I don't think the left would dare touch the Capitol building in the way they did. I don't think, because we know what would happen. They would have drone striked them or something. Like, if BLM attempted to fucking rush the Capitol building the way those chuds did, I mean, shit would have gotten real. Like, it would have gotten real. I heard you heard that from a Maoist. Did y'all see the tweet about one of the guys that was arrested and how he hadn't eaten? Yes, because the prisons wouldn't give him organic food. See, this is Jenny. I'm with him. He's a chud. He's a fucking dumbass. He's a criminal in the eyes of blah, 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 blah. But yeah, why aren't we feeding healthful food in our jails? Why are we treating them like subhumans? Why are we not making, healthful, organically produced food available at all levels of society? I'm past the point of Schadenfreude at this point, and I'm firmly in the camp of, okay, yeah, these are not our allies, right? These are racist chuds who want to see the world burn to an extent, but they're also fellow human beings, and if we stoop to their level, then, Oh, no. Jail and prison food is not healthy. It's trash, largely provided by services like Aramark and stuff like that. It is garbage. Yeah, Jenny, they aren't ready for this. No. I get that, Adia. I get that. Time to step back, Adia. If you're starting to feel that level of burnout, it's time to step back and focus inwardly. Yeah, we don't even march towards the Capitol. A10 Mordog goes brrr. Exactly. We'd have a serious body count. Like we would. Please go burr with a minigun. C-130. Jenny, I get it, Some people aren't past the Schadenfreude position yet, which everybody has their own timeline. Everybody has their own psychology. I'm not criticizing. I'm just informing that my position has I'm moving past. Look, I'm never not going to find the Gadsden flag waving, don't tread on me, woman who got trampled to death, not funny. That's forever going to be funny for me. But I have moved past that position now at this stage, and now I'm just looking at all of the ramifications of their actions and how it was a nice half hour, right? Exactly. Of what the state is now going to do. And, a position uniquely as a leftist, as an anarchist, knowing the full extent of how some of this is going to go down and how we're not going to escape either. We're always part of the group that gets hit with this shit. Exactly, divers. Exactly. They're fighting over who should be president. I'm just like, why do we have one person with so much power? Yeah, asking the right questions. Fictional, is it because the left is the only one who truly opposes the system as it stands? Now there are plenty of leftists who are pro big state bureaucracy authoritarian systems. Just because you're a leftist doesn't mean you're against, authoritarian bureaucratic state-run monopolies, that sort of thing. No. There are some of us on the left who are, of course, but there are some on the right as well. This sucked, Dems. There are some on the right as well. I mean, we disagree economically with those people by and large because they're basically feudalists at the end of the day. But they're also against the state and they're against, authoritarian governments and that sort of thing. Now, they would probably replace the system of, governance with just an economic neo-feudalistic system as a result of their ideologies. But, there's inroads to be made there as well. Yeah, facts, that would be manipulated as well, ultimately speaking. Fratush hypothesis. It's going to be harder for progressives to push legislation because the DNC will want to appease the far right. I don't know, but maybe. Here's what I do know. That this latest round of state authoritarianism is going to be branded as diversity and equality and people of color and LGBTQ getting their comeuppance. Or white people getting their comeuppance, right? That this is going to be branded. This is going to be like, branded very much like fucking Earth Day and Pride, Pride Month and Black History Month. It's going to be utilized by the system as this sort of political coverage. And they're going to spin this as, see, it's equality. We're treating them the same way we treat you. Or facts. Yeah, they painted the Pride logo on the Predator drones. So progressive. Yes, exactly. This is going to be used in that manner. I don't doubt that in the least. I'm already seeing it in circles. BPT on Reddit. I've seen carrot economies in the crapper sticks for everyone. I've seen it on BPT on Reddit. I've seen it on LGBT on Reddit. I've seen it on Twitter. I've seen people are already using this as sort of a ha ha ha, you finally get yours, welcome to equality sort of position. And, it's dragging them down rather than lifting everyone up. And it's just empowering the authoritarian state. I know facts. I know. And don't worry, I was guilty of it for, a couple of days. Ace, damn y'all for finally getting me to Reddit. Get Reddit. It's a useful content aggregator. Treat it as that. It's a useful content aggregator. Yeah, we all get our satisfaction, but the reality is it's a tragedy. It is true. That's exactly what's going to happen. And we are going to see the branding of this on the left. Actually in leftist spaces as well. I've seen a whole lot of Schadenfreude across the board. I have seen plenty of people of color, indigenous groups, LGBT groups, just the marginalized communities as a whole are laughing their asses off at, you know, a bunch of fucking, as I've seen them being called yee-yees, finally getting the boot. And I understand that impulse. I get that. After you've had the boot on your neck for fucking 12 generations, it's difficult not to get not to grin when you look over and there's fucking, you know, Jimmy Buffett fucking with the boot on his neck too. I understand the economic, it's not, Jimmy Buffett's a rich guy. Go with it. Hop in. Don't know what that means, but hey there, Pestique. Yes, Behold the Master Race is quite a fucking thing. It's okay, Derp. I get it. And there's an autocorrect on that shit. I 100% get it. But yes, Ace, if you're not already on Behold the Master Race, you should be. Down with punctuation. Oh, my sub list, Ace, it's very long. Having been a Redditor for quite a while. It really just depends what you're into, Ace. It really just depends. I quite enjoy the Air Force subreddit, and Kitchen Confidential, so professional cooks, and Chair Force. I find those fucking I find them hilarious. The Air Force subreddit, they have a good sense of humor. As opposed to the other military subreddits. And it's a really interesting look into their culture, like their subculture. And I forever have a soft spot in my heart for line cooks. If you work in a kitchen, if you work back of the house, I adore you automatically. You crazy fuckers. Aren't the Air Force nerds in the military? They are. They're the fucking geeks. They are the nerds. And they are Chair Force. Very few of them are actual aviators. Parlor Trick, a Parlor Watch, though there's not much to watch anymore since Parlor's down. Well, Philadelphia by Night, welcome to the channel. Right? Yes, welcome to the channel. How do people stay hopeful when it looks like democracy has suffered a fatal blow in the past 2 months? I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Ignore the grin on my face as I say this. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you didn't have a functional democracy in the first place. Didn't happen. It wasn't there when you were born even. We've been living in an oligarchy, technocratic oligarchy, kakistocracy, for quite some time. It's just organized that way. One could argue from the very founding. So this thin veneer of democracy, of representative governance that was presented to you as a form of propaganda from the word go, the veil has been pierced for you. It's a show. It's a farce. It's a charade. We put it on. But we all know what the deal is. Most people already knew. Scheme. My doctor said I never said go when I was born. Um, as far as the overall functioning of the system, socially, societally, there's been a change. Yeah, exactly, Estrella. And Adia, exactly. It definitely has encouraged a segment of our population to resurge to a level of resurgence that we haven't seen in a few generations. But we've seen this kind of behavior before as well. Go back to the 50s and 60s and even leading into some of the 70s. We've seen this sort of behavior. I mean, that sort of George Wallace era is fairly recent. I mean, some of our baby boomer parents and grandparents, for some of you, went to George Wallace speeches, for fuck's sake. This is not that new. We've been battling these battles for quite some time now. There are lulls. We beat it back a little bit for a while, for a few decades sometimes, if we're lucky, but then it breaks through. All it takes is one politician to give the, wink and the nod, and the next thing you know, you've got them on the street again. Yeah, Madison Square Garden full of Nazis, literally full of Nazis. Like not neo-Nazis, real Nazis. There is video of that shit. This is nothing new for our nation. It really isn't. We like to lie to ourselves every couple of generations that like, yay, we won something, right? But we don't. It's an eternal battle. It's an eternal struggle. And so for many of us on the left, and not Democrats, but left, we're all too familiar with this. And people of color, marginalized communities as a whole, understand that we're already getting fucked by this system. Interesting. Just getting a notification from the YouTube channel. It already wasn't representing the vast majority of our interests. So it's legitimately, genuinely hopeless? No, you don't give up. Just because something... You will never win life. You will go to the grave not having won life, right? It doesn't work that way. It's not a zero-sum game. There's no win or lose. It's not a binary state. And so at the end, you will die. But that doesn't mean you should give up and just commit suicide today. It means there's work to be done. So do the work. Contribute. Participate where you can. Don't burn yourself out. Take care of yourself. But, yeah, don't give up. There's always work to be done. Premarital. Narcissus. Just at the reference. It's okay, Rye. I'm just pulling the reference even. Just gonna play the card safe. Yep. Every little thing paves the way to something greater. Can't see the forest through the trees. Oy, ay. I already won life, so that means everyone has to lose. Sorry. I know we won't get anywhere near socialism in my lifetime. Hey, am I going to get an anarchistically organized society in my lifetime? No, of course not. But you better goddamn believe I'm going to advocate for it, right? Like, I'm going to push the needle as much as I can. As I say, I'm just a dude yelling into the void at the end of the day. But, hey. That takes me back to I'm reclaiming revolution. Because I advocate, I constantly have this, there's this divide, right, between leftists, especially in anarchistic spaces. That there's incrementalists and revolutionaries. There's other things, but these are the two major groups. And I continually count myself amongst incrementalists because traditionally I'm not a revolutionist or a revolutionary, right? But I went back, and one of the books I covered this weekend had a reference to Marx, who had a deeper reference about the term revolution being a radical, long-lasting, but long-term societal change. And recontextualized in the book that I was reading, what it was referencing was this mythologized version that the left has come to accept as revolution. And that it is a singular event rather than a long, drawn-out process of societal change. It is a dedicated change. It can be radical, and there can be moments interspersed throughout the process of momentary upticks, right? But fundamentally, it isn't a singular event, or at least not in Marx's and a few other philosophers and political ideologues' eyes, that it takes this long period of time to actually do. And so, in that regard, I am a revolutionary, but unfortunately for the language of the majority of the modern left, most of the political spectrum, to be perfectly honest, but most of the modern left, they've come to accept a definitional set for revolution to mean guillotine, burn the government to the ground, rebuild it all. Right? Like, they have this sort of incendiary, inflammatory, insurrectionist sort of view of what it means to conduct a revolution. And so I can't converse with them in that language, but at least it recontextualized it in my own brain for me. It would be Das Kapital, Anti-Capitalism, and Government of No One. All three aided me in that conclusion, in that refreshing or revision. Exactly, Jenny. I love that quote. A society grows great when old men plant trees in whose shade they know they shall never sit in. Exactly right. This is the problem. Revolution is a very tricky word. It's unfortunately the left has come to mythologize this sort of like French Revolution, Russian Revolution sort of set of ideologies, or definitional sets. Deutsche Bank just dropped Trump. Interesting. Hey, thank you for follow Philadelphia by night. Oh yeah, Adia. I get that. Not in engineering terms. Fair enough. Rye, Alinsky always says you should ask the question: do these means justify these ends? That's one of Alinsky's like phrasings for coming around to that sort of when you start implementing change, you need to sit down and have a real talk with yourself. Curio. The world needs to drop Deutsche Bank. I'm for that. Hey, Bernie. A lot of my leftist 20-something friends are in their ML burn it all down phase of leftist thought. While I avoid calling any political ideology a phase, I do think that when you're first aware of all the shit of capitalism, it's almost a rite of passage to turn to a popular name like Lenin, to turn to popular names like Lenin. But more reading and conversation and thought on the matter open the doors to so much more theory, approaches, and organizing beyond waiting for the revolution to come someday. Ace. In a video game. I mean, there's premarital. Agree. I mean, I tell that story every May Day. Everybody should know about the Haymarket affair. I think it was like one of the first chapters even in this book. Yeah, page 21. Difficult to see that, but the Paris Commune and the Haymarket Affair. Oh, thank you, Curio. I've got a couple of them actually, but it is super soft. Like if you could feel this fabric, it is amazing. Yeah, I tend to procure multiples of things and take decent care of them. So my clothes last a long time, and you know, if I like something, I always have a few of them. I was just reading those words from the description of Government of No One when you said it. Rock on. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so far it's a solid book. Definitely for somebody who's already versed in theory. But yeah, I like it. All right. Let me I'm sorry, what? I'm just going to read you this headline. Adolf Hitler cult caught running submachine guns for international drug traffickers. A year-long investigation into a black market trade in automatic weapons led investigators to a Spanish warehouse which had set up a shrine to the Nazi leader Adolf Hitler. Okay, repeat but slowly. Adolf Hitler cult caught running submachine guns for international drug traffickers. Oh. Oh, it's adorable. Yes, Buzzard, because unlike right-wing books, they actually put their fucking sources like any good documentation should. Unlike a book by Dinesh D'Souza or Ben Shapiro, that much of the book, right? That much of the book is sourcing. And with somebody like Peter Marshall, this much of the book is sourcing. Fictional. Which book? This one? Yeah, that's Government of No One, Theory and Practice of Anarchism by Ruth Kinna, Kinna. Next time in Chile, a helicopter company transported cocaine at a shrine to Augusto Pinochet. Estrella. What is this? Why are there numbers on the page? I've never seen this before. Bernie sources. Trust me, God is my witness. Anecdotal eyewitness account, Alex Jones. I get all my sources from Facebook, and it's working out great so far. Interesting. Graphic novel, Open Borders. Thank you for the follow. Interesting. All right, I'll give that a look. Do you recommend it, drivers? And yeah, thank you for the follow. Being frickin'. Don't get me started on Pinot Cheeto. Eyewitness is not named because feds will get them, aka they don't exist. Yeah. Yeah, let me know if you recommend it. Because if you do, then I'll pick it up. Hey, Sassy. It's written by an economist, so the arguments are actually fairly capitalistic, but in favor of freedom of movement for people, which is something I agree with. Interesting. All right. Well, you know what? I may grab a copy. Give it a look. Well, right now we're actually making fun of right-wing chuds who read books that have no sources in them due to a challenge by somebody in chat. For one of the many books on my desk right now, but we were talking theory before that. Most of my econ books are largely right-wing, quite frankly. The Bible was pretty right-wing too. Hello, pigs. Did everybody see the latest PogChamp fucking emote person was already in trouble for saying some wacky shit on Twitter? Yeah. I saw that shit hit the headlines earlier today. I was like, oh, wonderful. It's like a Madden curse at this point. Who would have guessed a lot of gamers have problematic takes? It has a quote from Reason on the back and John Stossel. All right, well, I won't feel bad about acquiring that one then. And fair enough, drivers. There we go. Lord. I don't even know where to start with you. Oh, derp. I think the new rule for PogChamp is if the emote becomes your face, you're legally required to condone Hitler on Twitter the next day. It's starting to feel that way, actually. No. No, I don't agree with everything I read in a particular book. In any particular book. But the percentage of disagreement tends towards higher levels if I'm consuming something that has an authoritarian or right-wing bent to it. There you go. Oh, honk, I'm for it. I'm 100% for it. Firearms and ammunition shouldn't be, must not be surrendered in any attempt to do so. Should be frustrated by force if necessary. Karl Marx. It's difficult to ensure the freedoms and liberties of the proletariat if the proletariat can be trampled upon so easily. So it's only the sort of neolibs, centrists, that sort, that advocate for otherwise. But yeah, you have a right to self-defense. Plain and simple. Forget legality. You have a naturalistic right to self-defense. Exactly. Premarital. Yeah, it's a fair go. Derp, I'm for it, but medieval weapons only. Does that mean I get a like siege weaponry? Do I get a trebuchet? Never go out in the street without your trebuchet. Metal. Honk, I disagree with that disarmament of you entirely. You have a fundamental right to defend yourself as far as I'm concerned, and any sort of force multiplier that would ensure your safety. As long as you can prove yourself to be of relatively sound mind, then yeah. You said it before I got to figure out how to spell trebuchet. Throwing a 90-kilogram rock at 300 meters on your robber. Exactly, Narcius. Adia, it's something to consider. But yeah. All right. You know what? I think I am. I'm going to open it up. If anybody wants to come on the air with me and have a conversation, see if we can't put two or three other people on the air with me. We'll see where we go. If you guys so choose. It would have, you guys know how to do it. It's on Discord. And for those of you that aren't on my Discord server, there we go. What we got? An idealistic position. Any object built with the intent of harm is evil in nature. Yeah. I think taking time, intelligence, and resources to create objects of murder goes against humanity. I'd say it's intrinsic to humanity, quite frankly. One of our oldest hobbies is figuring out better, more efficient ways of killing each other. How do we Portlanders walk on North Lombard Street? Just like everyone else. We put on our shoes and gas masks. Oh, we put our shoes and our gas masks on. Beautiful. Actually, let me update Discord first. There we go. Much better. Vosh bad. Vosh indifferent towards Vosh. Don't care. Do I believe the government should give everyone checks every month? Do you mean an unconditional universal basic income? Congrats, Kat. Thank you, Kat, for keeping me updated on random memes. Never quite now. No worries, Honk. No worries. So, Buzzard, do I believe in a UBI? Legalized trebuchets. Do I believe in a UBI? Well, I do believe, what's his fucking name? Andre Gors. He's a French socialist philosopher, who argued that you can utilize the welfare state as a radical edge. That there's two edges to the welfare state. There's the authoritarianism, but there's also a leading radical edge that can undermine present economic systems. And you can use something like UBI to erode a capitalistic model. Love Dolly Parton. Essentially, the line of thought, the thought process goes that if you provide a UBI to a populace, then they will, thank you for the follow, Larry, they will be more reticent to take those underpaid, horrible jobs. Those jobs will then be more incentivized, or capital owners will be more incentivized to automate or eliminate those jobs. This then causes a degrading effect in the economy and a lowering of the overall price structure as a result. This causes a negative feedback loop into the overall price and cost of living structure of society, drawing down on both sides simultaneously, thus eroding capitalism to a certain extent. It also is radical in the form and fashion that it would transform how the working class has to approach the subsistence materialist needs. And if your material needs are met at the subsistence level, then what you can do is more. You could be an artist. You could be a small farmer. You don't have to concern yourself with that. What happens if I can't, what happens if then that sort of situation, you're not going to necessarily lose your house. You're not necessarily going to starve to death, that sort of thing. So you can utilize the welfare state as a sort of leading edge of radicalism to erode away at capitalism and the authoritarian state. It takes some very clever and crafty manipulations on the part of the proletariat themselves, though. Admittedly so. What's my opinion on transhumanists? I'm transhumanist. Not the weird, and we always, it's always amusing on the channel when we have to add this clarification. Not that weird eugenicist branch of transhumanism, but I argue that we're all transhumanists, that it started that way, that the instant we picked up a rock to hit something because our fists weren't hard enough to hit that hit the thing with, that we were transhumanists. Glasses are transhumanist. The fact that we are constantly creating technology to augment ourselves, and we are miniaturizing and bringing closer. We're in a process of transhumanism. It started millennia and millennia ago, and it continues to this very day. It's just a matter of degrees and extent at the end of the day, really. Oh, yeah, she did, didn't she? Sassy. Yeah, drivers. Gotta love how the usual argument against UBI comes down to how are we gonna force people to do things they don't like? UBI greater than UTI. Interesting. All right. Oh my God. So you're like a young Earth creationist, evolution denier territory, right? Like that's what we're going for here with this take. I mean, I don't even know what to do with that. Here's what you need to do, Buzzard. Type into any search engine that question. Any single search engine. Just type that in. A critical. BJs are sodomy. Any sexual act without for any purpose other than the purposes of reproduction is sodomy. Holsky, I was taught Young Earth in communion class, and that shit was so confusing as a small kid. That shit should be illegal. No, I agree. I fucking with kids' heads like that. Not cool. Not cool. You see the damage it does. Premarital. If we have a need for that sort of transactionary mechanism, I 100% would cast my vote with you on that one. But the Earth is only 6,000 years old. Oh. If me and my if me and my sister is descended from my mom, why does my mom still exist? I came back into the wrong part of this conversation. Yes, you did, Epic. All I heard was sodomy. Fair enough. Is there a thing as too far left? No, there's a thing as too far up. Because as far as I'm concerned, even over on, well, where do we plot primitivism? Because that, for me, is too far. Communalism is scary. But for me, most of the fear comes from up, the authoritarian branches of things. Yeah, primitivism is fucking insane. I pick on prims all the time. I think they're batshit crazy. I just... Exactly. Serious. I think and prim is a separate dimension from left, right, up, down. Yeah, primitivism is a return to pre-industrial, pre-agricultural means of survival. It is essentially genocide with a different term. It's no modern medicine, no modern healthcare, no modern food production techniques, no modern infrastructure to speak of. No, it is a return to the ways of old. They basically want, essentially, they want hunter-gatherer societies. Yes, epic, like pre-agriculture. Yes, no, 100% pre-agriculture. It is, yeah, the prims are, they're nuts. Frackle, Thank you for the resub. And hey there. High-tech primitivism. So they're LARPers. For the most part, honk. Yes, for the most part. There are a few that do take it somewhat seriously, and they sort of disconnect and they go and live in the woods and shit like that. There are a few that take it seriously. But the long and short of it is 95% of them, yeah, I'd say are LARPing. A lot of them are or entertain eco-fascists too. Oh no, for sure, Bernie. A lot of them are fucking eco-fascist, eco-terrorist territory. They are worrisome. Most of them are really just into camping. Let's see. What the fuck is eco-fascist? Authoritarian form of governance that requires personal self-sacrifice in order to better the environment. And we're not talking about asking people to, like, recycle. We should submit to geese. Yes, critical cut. That is the problem with them by and large. They don't just want to go live in the woods by themselves. They want to force everyone else to do it too. Thank you for the follow, Quaid. That's just standard policy for neolibs, neo-libertarians, Rebel. Return to Bleat, greater than return to Monkey. That's just by and large, neo-libertarianism, North American or American libertarianism writ large. They are essentially neo-feudalists. They just want to return to the lord in the manor, having, you know, dictatorial rule over the subjects. It's... Oh, Jenny, they die. Anprims are very clear on this sort of stuff. You're quite welcome, Rebel. I'm glad, you know, glad that there's a space in which we can achieve that. Amish are far from Anprims. Amish aren't even close to Anprims. They're not even fucking close. No, you're getting even further. Mennonites and Quakers are even further away from Anprims. Good luck with that, honk. Um, yeah. No, we're not just talking off the grid buzzard. We're talking about a complete repeal and replacement of every sort of technological gain we have made in 7,500 years. Maybe even further. They're looking to go pre-agriculture. So yeah, we're gonna have to get before something like 33,000 BC, something like that, 3,300 BC, something like that. Yeah, like pre-Fertile Crescent. That's what they advocate for. Yeah, exactly. Pushing cattle off a cliff by yelling. Have I ever played EVE Online? I have played EVE Online. I did like a 1-month trial of it or something like that. Not my kind of game. By far not my kind of game. Epic. And Doses Mimosas. The only way to achieve that is eco-fascism. No, it is. It really is. And prims are Venn diagram overlapped with ecofascism because they understand there's no way anybody's going to give that up. So they understand authoritarianism is the only way to get that. Oh, no, Epic. It's literally, I like stealth assassination, snipery, sneaky, hidey, stabby type games, right? So Dishonored, Hitman, Deus Ex, if you run a stealth run, Sniper Ghost Warrior, Sniper Elite, these sort of things. These are my territory. Oh, and Fertus, there you go. There's my answer for you as well. That's wild. I'm not using wild as a pun. I just try to avoid ableism. That's fine, Jenny. You do you. We're not too judgmental about language around these parts. I walked into here without even knowing the topic and threw words at me. It's good, Victorious. You got on page pretty quickly, actually. So rock on. Drivers. I read a book that was supposed to be about a talking ape, and he talked about how humanity went wrong when we invented agriculture. Yes. Eve is 100% the opposite of the end of that. So Prims want Lord of the Flies. Yeah. A little bit. Yeah. What about really shitty old stealth games? Like OGMGS and Thief and stuff like that? No. I like a little bit of quality of life improvements in my games. We've come a long ways for a reason. Oh, shit. I know that book. Drivers. Dude, I haven't heard about that book in a while, though. But I know that book. Yeah. Quinn. Um, apparently so. We're still caught up on the evolution stuff. Critical cut. Yes. That seems to be the position that Prims operate off of or from. Is that they value the planet more than they value people, and they are willing to like just go through with a scythe and just fucking by millions and billions. Yeah. That's a weird entrance line, Haldo. Thief is not premarital. Thief is rough to play in a modern context. What's my opinion on Parler getting nuked along with their lawsuit against Amazon? They violated terms of service, and Amazon's a private company. You want to have a conversation about how we need to regulate large corporations better, and we need to start readdressing what counts as private property and what counts, what should and shouldn't be intellectual property and copyright protections in a modern digital era. Because I'd love to have that conversation, because that's the conversation. Should they have as much power as they do? No, they shouldn't. Do they? Yes. Why? Because these same fuckers that are complaining about it now empowered a group of assholes for a couple of generations that have headed down this path of empowering corporations to the point where money is speech and corporations are people. I wonder what the end result of that is. Ace, thank you for the sub gift, and congratulations, Syndicalist. You just got a gift sub. Sleep well. Rabbit, give me all the power. I'll be good with it. I'm cool. Hunter, right now we're talking about the irony of fucking large corporations, telecommunications companies shutting down groups that actively empowered them to have that amount of power to begin with as corporations. But allow Facebook to purchase tons of other companies and complain they're a monopoly. How just not allowing very large corporations to grow? Yeah, and the redistribution of wealth and private property or elimination thereof. Of course you did. You're a walking meme. Nice, Lupe. Oh yeah, AWS is the profit driver for Amazon. Interestingly enough, drivers. Yeah, that's long been a thing for them. Excellent. My campaign to be ultra cool ultimate emperor begins here. How do I see the water wars of 2040 shaking out? Not well for the populace, let's just put it that way. Given Nestle's commodification of the water tables and aquifers the globe over, their extraction from the Great Lakes as well, it's not going to go well for the rest of us, let's just put it that way. Look over. I'm Swiss. Fuck Nestle. Hey, femboy. Good luck with that. Yeah, I've seen the interview as well. Narcius with the Nestle CEO, where he says, you know, water isn't a human right and that sort of shit. He is scum, 100%. You can, Epic. You can separate the human from the machine. Ultimately, the human has to be responsible for the acts, their own acts within. But you can empathize and sympathize and show compassion towards the individual who was coerced. Not just the human, but the the organization is. Sorry. But the individuals within it, for sure. But the organization itself is absolutely fucked from the word go. Stretch the legs, stretch the legs. Nah, I don't do vampire stuff. I hate that channel. What? What? I didn't say anything. What, Victorious? I said nothing. Yeah, of course. Dirtling, yeah. We talked at the top of the show about that. More so just the authoritarian overreach. That, for me at least, the time for Schadenfreude has passed, and now is the time to be the default position concerned with the state and authoritarian overreach. Ace, you don't need a 3D. Oh, wait, do you want a mini one, Ace? If you want a little one, I could make that happen for you. What are the ethics of reporting a close personal friend as a member of the Capitol riot? How many close personal friends do you have that did that? I mean, that's, you know, do you choose relationship or country? Theoretical. No, I wouldn't report him. I couldn't feed the system. I couldn't feed the system. I would never let them live that down, and I would contextualize them differently from that point out. But I don't think I could allow myself to do it. Yeah. I don't know shit, and speak to my lawyer. That's it. It is a bit of an ethics question, for sure. It is most assuredly a bit of an ethics question, but yeah, exactly, Estrella. Exactly. That's the problem. If we had a rehabilitation system, then I could be comfortable with reporting. But what we have is just a corporate military prison industrial run complex bullshit. And it's just designed to feed people through a grinder of repetitive cycles in order to further the goals of a corporate apparatus at this point. I'm not going to feed that. Like, the only thing that I could say is if they were going to cause somebody imminent harm. If they were about to do something stupid, then I could get on board with that more readily. Yeah. But Lupe, I'm with you there. Oh, of course, drivers. Seems like only the peons are getting punished and not the elites who led them. Of course. Of course, that's 100%. That is true, Johnny. A lot of these white nationalists and nationalist adjacent would be more radicalized in the prison system. Besides, most of them are gonna get caught by their own footage anyway. Stupid as fucking. Woo! Fucking stream me, fucking yeah! Fuck this! Yeah! Like and subscribe! Oh, you fucking morons. Who in the Democrats needs to go like 90% of the party? I mean, Jesus Christ. Everybody who's been there for more than 5 years needs to go right off the bat. Capitol Police, thanks for the raid. Yeah, maybe one or two. Maybe one or two could say. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, top down, just start clearing. It's fucking miserable. We need to, I say like I'm a fucking Democrat. Because that's the thing. It was like, are we going to get an actual leftist party? Or are we going to get a non-binary political system implemented anytime soon? I mean, we need more of a parliamentary style system if we're going to run this nonsense. We need something more like approval voting than, fucking first past the post bullshit. I mean, you could do ranked choice, but approval's better. What's the difference between U.S. Capitol and Mordor? Another theoretical. If there were actual actionable evidence on voter fraud, would the Capitol riots be seen the same way? All else being the same, that being the only difference. By some, maybe. I think the brand image had been set. I don't think even if they had actionable, real proof of voter fraud that they could do anything about it at this point. Yeah, let me try and catch up here. One does not simply walk into Mordor. Thank you. Thank you, Big Cigar Daddy. You're a Democrat by default. Sorry, that's your label. No, I'm an anarchist. Even they don't want me. I'm bad for their branding. Yeah, first past the post. Just fuck this country so hard. I wish that states would be at least better to would move to better voting systems. Who has besides Maine? No one that I'm aware of. Maine's the only one that I'm aware of the top of my head. Patronum that has moved. Well, Carlos Castrado, with a troll account created all of yesterday, who's got the hot take of anarchists are conformists and reactionary. That's their history and philosophy, opportunists on the sidelines. It's a halfway, it's a quarter of a way decent attempt at a hot take. It's not very good, but it's an attempt at least. I'll give you credit where credit's due. What did Critical say? An organized strike would achieve more than storming the Capitol to keep the system in place. Oh, a general strike countrywide that handicaps the financial system would grind this shit to a halt. A week, they'd be terrified. You did it a month, you'd have some demands met. Yeah. Heard about Clint Curtis? No, I have not, Victorious. Oh, the 61-year-old with 8 grandkids. Yes. Big Cigar Daddy. Welcome back. Thank you for refreshing my memory. It's been a while. I hope you had a pleasant set of holidays and that all of your family is as well as they can be. And say hello to the missus as well, since I remember that she was around the last time you were here as well. Oh, I didn't. There we go. Kind of, she's sleeping. Well, let her rest. Best not to wake up your partner. Um, Victorious, that is my form of general striking. I advocate for a form of general strike in which the populace continues moving the machine, moving the gears and the mechanisms of the machine, but they stop the financial transaction layer. Because you can separate the financial transaction layer. And if you do that, then that just fucks the financier class and the capital class, right? But if you keep moving the product, if you keep moving the gears and mechanisms and the cogs of the machine, then what happens is people still get their food, people still get their, their groceries, people still get their gasoline, people still get all of the commodities. But what happens is all of that back-end financial system just ceases. That'll get their attention. Candidate Clint Curtis, election fraud whistleblower, praises Robert F. Kennedy Jr. expose on election 2004, calls for a federal investigation into electronic voting. Electronic voting is problematic, don't get me wrong. I'm, not a fan. Just as a lifelong IT guy, I don't. There's too many ins on that one. If he flipped his position, he might have supposed to gotten paid good cash or death threats. Raised Roman Catholic, quite an experience. Oh, I'm sure. I've been striking since April. Stopped looking for work. Stopped paying my credit cards and stuff. Been living off of unemployment cushion that I've been keeping. Very little spending. Still have quite a lot left, but I can't afford to pay something as trivial as debt when I have to pay for food. Yeah, I get you. Do I think we would have the ability to create a completely secure online voting system? Could we in the future? Yes, there is a possibility for it. Quantum encryption, you could implement methodologies of, simply looking would alter the hashing of it. There's possibility there. But at our present state of technological level, no, actually we can't. Dirtling, as in give people goods and services for free. Yes. If you're a cashier, just ring everything up and let them walk out the store. It's that simple. If you're a delivery driver, deliver. Yeah, keep the machine moving, but separate the financial level from the mechanism itself, and just keep it all running. The only people that hurt is people who are profiting from a financial system. Hit them in the pockets. Yep, exactly. Hit them in the pockets. That's it. And it would go to a long way towards educating the populace of understanding that the financial system that runs this at present is just made up. It's fabricated. It isn't a thing. It is literally just an imaginary shared delusion that we've all agreed upon. It's a game, the likes of which you understand from when you were a kid. That you made the rules up when you're sitting in the fucking backyard with your friends, and guess what? It's like Calvin Ball. You can change the rules anytime you want. Should you have a business license for your yard sale? No. You shouldn't have to have a business license to start with, but that's neither here nor there. Didn't hand over your apostasy letter personally to Pope Francis. You're not a cool ex-Catholic. Premarital. Oh, every year, I mean, you guys, I watch somebody hack voting machines. Every year, DEF CON does a voting machine run usually. Yeah, they're not secure. Oh, there you go, Jenny. DEF CON. Yeah. Couldn't that be said for most institutions? Yes. And that's kind of the point, is if you realize that, then you realize you're empowered to remake them. People look at things like capitalism. People look at things like representative democracy, and they see these sort of monolithic entities that are, you know, entombed in or enshrined in massive cathedrals of marble, and they have this impression that they're somehow real, when in fact they're just ideas and they're group operating modalities. And if the group decides, yeah, no, it's done. It's literally that simple. And it's that complex, because it is as simple as changing your mind. But changing a large amount of people's minds near simultaneously is an extraordinarily difficult thing to do. So, you know, are you suggesting fiat currency is based on absolutely nothing? How dare. Yes, Estrella. Yep, I know that one. The fucking busker license and shit like that. It's funny that the richest people don't like someone messing with their money, while the poor people are like, oh shit, I didn't know those jeans still had 20 in. To the gas station. Egostitutions. Yeah, either way. Oh, the system. The system's long. It's not that. It's not only that it's going to fight back with its own propaganda. It's that it always has. You're indoctrinated into this system from birth. I mean, just look at the Pledge of Allegiance. That cult brainwashing nonsense. Dude. 5 days a week for 12 fucking years? They pump that shit into your soft skull? Like, are you kidding me? Yeah. It's all around you. It's in the sports ball stuff. It's in the video games, it's in the television, it's in the movies, it's in the literal discourse of day-to-day society. The way we speak is set up to have a preferential lean towards these hierarchical systems. I'd create a family-based government with a council. They can only have a seat once in their life and no stupid retirement funds. The honor of helping humanity survive should be payment enough. Part of that I agree with. Yeah, I do think that there should be cyclical or non-cyclical positions. That you should have just forced retirement, and that way, yeah, you don't have that sort of in-group. What offends me about the pledge? It's a cult brainwashing bullshit. It's not even true. The pledge isn't even true. I mean, it's been so many years since I've had to do a Pledge of Allegiance. I stopped doing the pledge middle school, but Hang on. Fuck it. I want a copy of it. There it is. All right. Let's go through this cult bullshit. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. Symbols. Symbols for the symbol-minded. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. Which God is that? Whose God? That's interesting. Indivisible and with liberty and justice for all. Really? Really? Liberty and justice for all, is it? Oh, no, I know, Fertus. I know about the fucking adding in the 50s, but... Liberty and justice for all. That's interesting. I'm sure we can't find some marginalized groups that may have a point of contention with that. Okay. So, really, it's false, it's cult-like, and, well, it's non-secular. Fuck it. Turd. If condition 1, then 2. If 2, then 3, then 5. I mean, you just need a series of if-then-else statements. Turd. So just look up JavaScript if-then-else. That should get you on the right track, at least. You have the liberty to be forced to say the pledge. And who else in our society has fewer liberties, fewer rights, fewer privileges than the kids we're forcing to say the pledge? It's fucking bullshit. I mean, if anything, there needs to be a fucking like infomercial clause on the end of it. You know, it may not be applicable in all states, must be 18, void where prohibited. You know, that sort of shit needs to be tacked on at the end of the pledge, if anything. Even the original drivers, even the original version is fucking cult brainwashing nonsense. It just leaves out the God part. Ace, liberty and justice for my half-black ass since when? The pledge is a goal. Oh, and the award for not knowing your own history goes to Young Buzzard 79. Congratulations. Oh, no worries, Turd. No worries. The very idea of pledging allegiance is awful. How is that not a cult initiation? Narcissus chooses Santa as God. Yeah, they have to be mentally able to understand their rights. Thank you, Fertus, with the right answer. Fucking why does it matter? Countries are made up, borders are bullshit. Oh, yeah. And yeah, the intertwinedness of religion and politics in the U.S. is problematic. I did a series on... started with critique of capitalism from the position of Jesus and the cleansing of the temple tellings, and then I moved on to the Southern strategy and how it came to be. and then went into dominionism and how it has invaded and infected many halls of governance. And so, yeah, I've unfortunately had to do a fair amount of research on that intertwinedness of politics and religion in the U.S. It is highly problematic. Insert plug for Open Borders book here. Kaiser, have you missed the whole anarchist part of this? Let's see. Ace, I'll trade you for your home country. No, Hambleless. That's just a larger form of authoritarianism. Now, what I would advocate for is a decentralized, distributed, ground-up local sovereign style system that has free association and coordination between themselves. Because you can scale this. And I address in my ANSYN 101 essay the scope and scale issue. You can scale that. And so that for the local municipality is sort of groups of vested interests, women, LGBT, fishers, meatpacking, manufacturing, telecommunications. All of these groups can utilize free association to provide solidarity and mutual aid for themselves. They can come together. They can decide decisions for themselves. Then they can do this at the municipal level as well. This goes up. This helps build up the local sovereign level. You then federate this out. You can use an administrative delegated system that doesn't actually have representative power, but is merely an administrative delegate rather than I vote on your behalf style system, which loopbacks a referential system to the local sovereignty for all local legislation, builds legislation from the ground up rather than the top down. You can then scale this up from the municipal to the regional to the national to the international. It's how distributed networks in IT work. Can I pledge allegiance to the trebuchet? Feel free. Can I? I'm with you, Victorious, on that. Like, the shit we could have gotten done with so many of the setbacks we've had thus far in society. I just... It's amazing the amount of treasure and willpower and resource we have squandered on these inefficient systems. What's my view of the EU then? Oh, like supranational states, like the EU. They're as problematic as the US, right? I mean, it depends. Like, it depends what lens of analysis you want to adopt Critical Cut. I mean, there's positives there, but there's also a whole host of authoritarian nightmare situations. Drivers, people would generate more creativity if they weren't first to work jobs they don't want all the time. And yeah, and that goes to UBI eroding capitalism to an extent. It would definitely, we would be a far more creative people. There'd be technology and industry developments along the way. There's no way, there's no getting around that. We're an industrious species. But to think that we would all just shut down and sit in front of a TV watching fucking YouTube cat videos for the rest of existence is just propagandist bullshit. Hey, Arm. What's up? Buzzard with another one of his hot takes. Take rich money, spread it even, and legalize drugs and gay marriage. That about right? Yeah, why not? It's not the solution. I mean, it's a beginning. It's a part of it. But yeah. Yeah, exploitative, coercive, ill-gotten gains of the upper crust should be expropriated for the proletariat. And sure, why shouldn't we eliminate the drug war? The drug war is a violation of human rights and civil liberties the world over, and it's a violation of basic human principles. It is a matter of personal property. You own your body. You can do what you want with it. And gay marriage, what does it matter? What does it matter? Like, I mean, the state shouldn't be involved in marriage to start with, by the way. So, should there be gay marriage? No. There shouldn't be straight marriage either. That's the starting point for that argument. But, I mean, you know, who's got time for solutions, right? Victorious, you can marry a broomstick and I'll get you a wedding gift. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I feel you, drivers. Just it's the hamster wheel. It's the poverty of philosophy in combination with the economic hamster wheel, and it's difficult to escape that. Glad I could expose you to a different position, a different point of view on that cigar. It's weird. It's just weird. If you've got a good product, you don't need stuff like that, right? If America was the shit, if America was as badass as America claims to be, there's no need for a Pledge of Allegiance. There's no reason. People are going to understand, like, oh shit, this is fucking great. You don't need to pump that into their heads. That's weird and cult-like. It's brainwashing. It's propaganda. Get rid of it. What were you responding to, Critical? Oh, the EU. Okay, that's what it was. It seems to slow down or make it harder to have fascism in certain areas, but it in itself is a fascist-leaning institution. Exactly. It's there's some benefits from the EU. I'm not going to deny that, Critical, but that sort of supranational organizational structure, it's purely hierarchical. Most of it is unjustified. The authority is born of dubious means to start with. And so, I mean, I as an anarchist can't approve. Yeah, drivers, the only benefit is the free movement, really. I mean, that's, you know, and then, I mean, if you want to talk about the free movement of currency or free movement of capital in that system is hugely problematic to the economics of local municipalities and worker classes, right? Like, that's the ability for the capitalist class to relocate their capital as easily as they do in a situation like the EU from location A to location C is very problematic. So, Solutions are for sentient species, not us. Yeah, ARM, they probably could. Thank you for the follow, Cypress. Yeah, they probably could get it done. It's highly unlikely to make it past the Senate. But yeah, the House could get it done, no problem. Well, Ace rolled out the Tink Tink. Choose with the Troika. Yeah, I do remember that. Well, not. I remember it from history class. Let's put it that way, Victorious. I try, drivers. It is part of my form of practice to engage as directly as I can. Hey, Belgian. What's up? Oh, you majored in international relations. Good on you, turd. And what a name for somebody who majored in international relations, I might add. Thank you for the sub, drivers. Didn't have to do it, but thank you nonetheless. Oh, looks like I have more shared content up here. Nice, Kaiser. Yes, one of us. You haven't slept yet, Narcissus. Well, maybe it's time to go to bed, or maybe it's time to just strap in and get some caffeine in you. That's up to you, my friend. That's up to you. Yeah, derps. Oh. Never have an entire bottle of coffee. Well, then we know which direction you're going to go on that one, Narcissus. Wouldn't dream of trying to stop you, Narcissus. You do you. Interesting. Is there? Oh. Hey, Secom. Oh. You know what? No, I haven't seen Rage live. That I have not. And now I will never have the opportunity. It is highly unlikely. How much food could be grown where the tobacco fields are now? Depends what modality of farming you choose to adopt. If you go with like a no-till permaculture sort of situation, then you could definitely get, I mean, extraordinary amounts. Should we get rid of corn? Not a chance. I'm for keeping corn for a number of like biodegradable plastics and stuff like that. It's super useful in the production of quite a few, like PLA and stuff like that. But I mean, we need to reduce that. Exactly, Psycon. Just bring it down to sustainable levels. How am I supposed to keep my crippling nicotine addiction going? I've never actually smoked tobacco. I mean, not once. I've never smoked tobacco. Smoked a shit ton of weed in my day. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's draft for sure. 12.2 billion hectares of biologically productive land and water on Earth in 2019. Dividing by the number of people alive in that year, 7.7 billion, gives 1.6 global hectares per person. Narciss. I'm quitting revolution. I need my smokes. So if everybody had 1.6 per person, they could grow their own food. I mean, that would be assuming equal distribution of population, which would be highly unlikely. But I mean, yeah, I mean, at least the math works out. Hey, Dalek. Do you have any hopes that the flaws in our democracy Trump exposed will be addressed, or are we doomed to repeat fascist power grab? Doomed to repeat fascist power grab. ARM, I'm an Indica guy. Skywalker was fucking amazing. Not Skywalker OG, not fucking Skywalker mixed with X, Y, and Z. Just plain Skywalker, which I know itself is a bit of a hybrid. Big fan of Blue Dream was always nice, but I prefer Indica heavy rather than the hybrids these days. So, yeah. Hey, Newsy. Trump has declared a state of emergency in D.C. through the 24th. Hey, so I'm going to farm half weed and half tobacco since y'all are taking my smokes away. Blue Diesel's good as well. Not a fan of LA Confidential. Yeah, who needs to destroy capitalism when you can have lung cancer? Well... Nope, it's real. Critical Cut. No, it is real. Multiple Hill, MSN, Politico, even Yahoo News is reporting it. Yeah, across the board. This I've seen. Yeah, this I've seen. Yeah. What happened here? Hang on. Somebody. Victorious. Come on. DOD has just announced that they'll be reviewing troops deployed to the Biden inauguration to ensure they don't have sympathies with domestic terrorists. Telling you. Skeptic. Hey there, Skeptic, by the way. What am I up to? Kicking around 3 hours? Oh, interesting. Don't know. We'll see, Skeptic. Nice, Arm. Nice. Cigar. I spent some time listening to the QAnon group. Oh boy, they like to look between the lines. Well, I mean, conspiratorial or speculative thinking is mildly addictive. It plays into the ego in a huge way. Thinking that you have inside knowledge, that you're one of a special core group, also eliminates or reduces feelings of alienation you may have within your society as well. Yeah, it plays into a number of psychological elements that humans fall for readily, shall we say. Oh, Australia, I'm sure it is. Fucking breeding ground for COVID. My capitalist boss is constraining me from leaving. Well, Skeptic, you know what to do. Turd, me? You asking that of me? Vegas. I know it's not exactly what you asked, but that'll get you the state. Got it. Well, Inkling, given that my statement of praxis for the channel and the fact that I openly have regular conversations with people who self-identify as authoritarians, even neo-fascists. I've even had conversations with two people that identified as National Socialists or neo-Nazis on this channel. Given the fact that I literally consciously have created a space in which there is room for people outside of my ideological spectrum, or outside of the ideological realms that I tend to operate in. No, I'm not worried about that at all. Hey, Dan. What do I think about these nationalist militias threatening to take over state and local governments on the 20th after their first beer hall putsch? I'm worried. Well, if you're not already, I don't know if I can advocate for that on stream, but, no worries. No worries, Inkling. But, you know, make sure you read the statement of praxis on the channel so you understand what we do here. But by all means, I'm open to engaging in the dialectical exercise with just about anyone, as long as you can talk or argue in good faith from a good faith position. Thank you for the follow, Inkling. As long as you can argue from you know, a good faith position, then I'm willing to engage with rhetorical device with just about anybody. But the problem is that we often find that people on the right side of the political spectrum are more interested in lulls than they are engaging. That's not, of course, a blanket statement, but it is quite common. But you know, like I said, one of my favorite like token members of the community is a centralist authoritarian. Shout out to Homelander. But you know, yeah, no, I think that's where where change starts, is with the conversation, with engagement. So, and I have plenty of disagreements with with people over on the left as well. Trust me, I usually get hit harder from the left than I do the right, to be quite frank. On a regular, I get hit harder from the left than I do the right. Critical used to be a 9/11 truther, went deep into the Illuminati. That was 15 years ago. I can still, to this day, can do the numbers game 23 with anything. That's scary shit. Critical, I did the conspiracy rabbit hole as well. One of my friends did not come out the other side. He's now talking about how, you know, Jews control everything and blacks had it great under slavery. And yeah, he followed that pipeline to its conclusion. And it's sad. My libertarian father, hey Tempest, was watching Fox earlier and going off on tangent about they're making us repent for whiteness. Lovely. How do I live in Vegas and sleep? Not very well, quite frankly. Did I ever run into Penn Jillette in Vegas? He does a lot of LGBTQ charity events. So once, yeah. Wolf, asking ANCAP all the time about how is a capitalist workplace not authoritarian, and you have no control over how much you get paid, you have no control over what you say or do with the workplace, you have no control over whether you have long hair or not, you have no control over who the manager is or the CEO. Rabbit, that's a take. Where I'm working, you can't criticize your manager. That makes sense. Ugh, Vay. Victorious. Not touching that one. Thank you, Arm. Thank you. I guess I should believe that, right? But, you know. Ooh, stretch the legs too. Oh. Trial by cat. This Saturday, rumors began to spread amongst Palestinians on social media of the United States UN Relief and Works Agency cutting aid to 400,000 refugees living in the Gaza Strip. This, coupled with the lack of funds available to the UN agency, has sparked anxiety that the situation in the illegally besieged Gaza Strip will grow even more dire, probably. Did you see that? Yeah. Well, did anyone see a woman who was outed those idiots that went into the Capitol? Which one? One dude was outed by his ex-wife. Family, like 3 people in a family were outed by their daughter. Yeah. We actually had an ethics question earlier, Arm. Somebody proposed hypothetically, if you knew someone, would you tell the state about their participation in those Capitol riots, or would you not? And a significant portion of us chose not to do it because of our distrust and distaste for the state as a whole. Yeah. Oh, interesting, drivers. Dewey Cox, was that question for me, Dewey? What's your end goal? I mean, my end goal was to have enough conversations with enough people to build a community in which conversion and education can happen. I want to decapitalize people's mindsets. I want to de-authoritarianize people's mindsets. I want to inform people that there are alternatives and options on the table that they may have been taught were taboo, or were wrong, or were horrible, or were destructive. And in fact, what they were sold was a line of bullshit. And that there are ways to open that up for conversation and for education. Oh, I just saw that pop up down there. Newsy, let's see what you post there. Jesus Christ. Newsy, you always come with the fucking, like, the Twitter feeds. Newsy, you are a font of Twitter insanity. For better or for worse. I hope you maintain your own sanity to a certain degree. But mad props. Derp. Oh my god. Your dad's Twitter account was deleted in the QAnon purge. Oh my god, Derp. That is quite a fucking thing to have happen. Don't act like Trump isn't the actual winner. Fucking Trump won. Support. I'm an anarchist. I support neither. I want Trump out a little more than I don't want Biden in there. It's that simple. Sorry, Buzzard. Somebody has spent 10,000 points to time you out. So that's a thing that's going to happen. See you in 10 minutes. Thank you for the follow, Holsky. All right, let me catch up on some of this here. Arm, any tattoos? 1. Let's see. Biden rigged it. Trump literally won, bro. Good luck with that one. What do you think about Anthem by Ayn Rand? I feel the same way about all of Randian works. I think Ayn Rand was 1, a hypocrite writ large, 2, delusional. And as evidenced by the fact that 1, when she died on state welfare, Social Security, et cetera, and so forth. So clearly she didn't even believe in her own philosophies. But 2, it essentially, all of her Randian objectivism is nothing more than neo-feudalism. That's it. It's Psycom. Anything by Ayn Rand is hot trash. So no, disliking both sides of the coin does not make you an anarchist. But wait, I have a feeling Rabbit got to it. No, being an anarchist makes you dislike both sides. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Skeptic. Biden would be considered too conservative by the Conservative Party in Canada. Yeah, 100%. He's 100% a, like on an international spectrum, he is right wing for sure. It's only because of our horribly shifted Overton window in this country that has been slid so far to the right on the political spectrum that, I mean, this sort of normalization of the political sphere has occurred. And now you're looking at, a spectrum where, Hillary Clinton is somehow a radical leftist in some people's eyes. Whereas those of us who would actually be considered radical leftists properly are, sitting there laughing our asses off. Rhymes with nonsense. Can't win in court, so they're taking it to Twitch chat. Yep. Hey, good night, Arm. Take care of yourself. Well, Dewey, you can dislike all of the system, but you have to decide what you like. Not within the system necessarily, but you have to decide what you like, and that determines what somebody may categorize you as. Disliking the system is not a coherent ideology. So you have to determine what it is you would replace said system with, and then we can work out some terminology therein. But there's plenty of people that dislike the system that are disparate ideologies unto themselves. I think she's biased in how she portrayed the collectivist government in the book and how she portrayed individuals as the all good ideology. Oh no, yeah, Ayn Rand was just arguing for her own version of objectivism. I mean, with a steep biases. Both of them seem center-right neoliberal parties. No, I would give the Democrats a right-leaning neolib, but the Republicans at this point are like coddling and kowtowing to a base that is most assuredly not a center-right. They have slid fairly well. The Southern strategy and the evangelical movement within the Republican Party definitely has had a heavy hand a heavy influence within that, slide, within that forcing. All right, Inkling, have a good night. Catch you later. Hope to see you another time. I'm on 5 days a week, so plenty of opportunity. Derp, I love when they call Biden a commie. Like, for real, I would fucking wish. Dude, if the left were the left that the right projects the left to be, I'd be happy. I wouldn't be on here doing what I do, probably. Doses mimosas. I thought by Rand you meant Rand Paul. No. The worst Rand. Wow. Interesting. Victorious, my World War II friend died recently at 94 years old. He said to me that watching... Thank you for the follow, Burger Mouth. He said to me that watching Trump was like watching Hitler rise. They thought they were free. Germany from... I forget the full date title, but yeah. It's like 1933 to... 1945. There we go. But I have a copy. Milton Mayers. They thought they were free. Germany, 1933 to 1945. And it's a contemporary account of the rise of the National Socialist Party and the rise of Hitler to power. And it is terrifying to read, quite frankly. Because a lot of it is in the mundanity of it, that it's just, you know, everyday behaviors. Said it was like a moron version of Hitler Rising. That's a fair analysis, Doses. Kai, would private enterprise work in your perfect world? No, there'd be no need for private enterprise. Ayn Rand, Paul Ryan. Oh, fucking yeah. Well, that is actually cringeworthy, SciComm. Oh, yeah, skeptic, 100%. I watch CNN sometimes, don't judge me. They always spew anti-Medicare for all and billionaires propaganda. Of course they do. I mean, that's their entire purpose. To maintain that level of status quo for the sort of neo-lib centrist sort of bullshit. Centrist. He became a used car salesman after the war. His name was Diamond Jimmy. Jesus Christ. From Rolls Royce to Hyundai. People trading goods and goods and services doesn't necessitate capitalism. Ghost. It's not, one does not necessitate the other. Rabbit. Yeah, so many people don't realize just how painfully boring Hitler really was. It is just the mundanity of the rise of Hitler is terrifying in reading about it, especially from a contemporary point of view like Milton Mayer's book. You're just like, of course it happened. By the end of the book, if you go into it and sort of erase a little bit, you know, allow a suspension of disbelief and that sort of thing, and you partway through, you're like, of course it happened. Of course it happened. It seems inevitable by a partway through that book that of course Hitler was going to rise to power and commit all of these atrocities. It was just so boring that it was guaranteed to happen. It's so weird. Yes, because universal power production in the form of a Dyson sphere, Ghost, is the same as a rich fuck owning 8 yachts. No, I would not be complaining the same about 8 Dyson spheres the same way I'd complain about somebody owning 8 yachts. Talk about false equivalency. Holy shit. Yeah, Patronum. They thought they were free. Germany, 1933 to 1945 by Milton, Milton, Mayer, Mayer. It is a contemporary telling of the rise of Hitler, and it's terrifying in its mundanity. I mean, there's some stuff in it that you're like, you know, but... Do I want a yacht? No. No. Nor do I want a Ferrari. I don't have a need for that. I don't even want for that. Hey, thank you. Thank you for the cheer. Thank you for the biddies, Patronum. Jenny, I have that book. I haven't read it yet. Get on it. Well, now you have, Ace. What if people became socially responsible, which means anti-today's world? Most people suffering from mental distress syndrome would probably be cured overnight. So much would come from peace and progress. It would knock your socks off. Oh, I think that, I mean, there's, especially during the Trump era, there's been a number of psychologists and therapists that have come forward and stated the amount of general anxiety disorder that they've, you know, the increase in general anxiety disorders and that sort of thing that they've seen during this era of, you know, increased right-wing fascism and, you know, definitely authoritarian rule. And then you throw a fucking pandemic on top of it and shit gets real. People are a little twitchy, rightfully so. What's your problem with her yachts? Is it just that she spends her money and wastes people time fixing her boats instead of doing something charitable, or is how she got the money in the first place? Can we go for both? It's a fucking... She's the heiress to a multi-level marketing scam. And she wastes it on... She wastes all of these ill-gotten resources from a coercive business practice, an exploitative business practice, on buying 10 fucking mega yachts, which contribute really not much to the economy as a whole, but actually are a detriment to the ecology of the economy and the waterways that they operate in. Fuck her. And her brother, who's a goddamn warlord. Jenny, I have a lot of books I haven't read yet. It's a theme. I feel ya. I think the book might sell more if it didn't have a giant swastika on the cover. I don't think mine does. Burger Mouth, give me 1 sec. Okay, so mine does have a swastika on the front, but it's not like a giant swastika. It's part of a grid pattern. It's subtle. And it's only about yay big. Jenny, my copy does. Interesting. Well, different print. No, it was stolen from the Indian subcontinent. I've bought thousands of books I've never read over the years. Driver. Libraries for the win. Nice. Is right-wing authoritarianism new? No, of course that's not new. Oh, hang on. I got you covered. Hey, the fuck, there it is. Okay. I mean, it's memey, but there you go. Farmer, check that image. That might actually get you further than you realize. Check the mutualism column. Mimosas. You are right. You are correct. In that summary. Yeah, exactly, Rabbit. A diamond bracelet is more of a cooperative material good than a yacht. At least a diamond bracelet can be recirculated after you die. Yours says 5 swastikas. Mine, okay, yeah. I would, Jenny, then you have the same printing as I do, and I wouldn't say that's a giant fucking swastika in the front. It is fairly subtle, and it's only about yay big. Yeah. I didn't mean the ideology being new. I meant it being the culture in America, like the open culture, how people said they were the silent majority. Was it always so open? Oh, it was way more open than what it is now, Ghost. It used to be right out there on display. Moses. Yeah. Hey, fucking, hey, thank you for the biddies, Lazlogs. And welcome back. Yeah, the Anprim summary in that chart is fucking delicious. I anything that takes a piss out of Anprims, I can get behind. Drivers, yeah, subtle swastika. There was a wealthy man who owned an airplane but was afraid to fly. He tried to drive it down the highway to the next town and got arrested. It didn't go well. Jesus Christ. Pride flag swastika t-shirt. Jesus Christ. That had to be interesting. Rabbit. I know this sounds small-minded, Dewey, but I make a lot of my political beliefs on if you want to take my guns or not. Single-issue voter. I really, really dislike all of our systems. Just want to be left alone. The last 4 years have made me question my views. Actually, drivers, the Obama's going to take your guns, but he didn't. Actually, gun legislation or gun rights expanded under Obama rather than contracted. Right? Under the Obama administration, there was actually a more, we'll say, a classically liberal approach to application of gun regulation. Opening up federally run national parks, and these sorts of things to concealed carry. And so there was this expansion of gun rights under Obama. There was a contraction under Trump. But hey, who's got time for, facts and reality? Would you describe the society and economy of the form of anarchy you believe is best? I'm classically a mutualist turd farmer because I'm a classical anarchist in that form and fashion. I have Chomsky-esque leanings due to my willingness to compromise in the pursuit of progress. But as an end state goal, I would be described as an ANCOM. Yeah. But I don't advocate for it because it's not going to happen in my lifetime. But that is the trajectory that I would like to head towards, for sure. But in fundamental operation with other anarchists, in a back and forth, I would be a mutualist. I'm not an ANCOM. But the logical conclusion is ANCOM. Hut. Funny how all the Trumpers are calling this the end of the world, saying that the Antichrist is coming back. I mean, he meets all of the check marks. Like, you can go through Revelations and fucking he is the Antichrist. Fucking, do you think there could be a baseline public auction with free markets still existing? Like, free. Example, food be provided, but if you want to go on a boat and go crabbing, that's the free market job for people to do that, profit motivated, since it's a want, not a need. Ghost, look into common resource pools. I'm gonna answer your question with a homework assignment. Look into common resource pools and go from there. Yeah, he kicked more Mexicans out of America than Trump did. He bombed Doctors Without Borders, which has its own problems, by the way. Doctors Without Borders has gotten caught trading sex for medicine and gotten caught with some raping and that sort of thing. Dewey, ANCOM is anarcho-communism. Oh, okay, Rabbit hooked that up. I just wonder what an anarchist world would look like. It would be a world of lack of coercion, lack of state-run monopolized force, a lack of authoritarianism on a large scale. It would look like localized communities and organizations that use free association and solidarity and mutual aid to organize themselves around. It would look like a series of cooperatives that work for the people rather than work for the few. It would look very similar to a lot of indigenous organizational structure because these modalities of operation date back to pre-capitalism, pre-state. So... and also, it looks a lot like an I2P network structure. If you're familiar with the technological side of things, it looks like a not only decentralized but distributed network structure. Buildings and businesses of today, how is it distributed? It's not. Oh, wait. What are you asking, Turd? Hey, Oz. Actually, contrary, Oz. It works best. It works better with more people. And this is contrary to like common sense of the day, but actually, the more people you have to distribute a load across, the better chance of survival the system has. It's like adding more servers to a server farm. You can reduce points of failure within the system. Cigar. I wish I were 18 again. Trust me, you're not alone. In an anarchist society, how would society and its assets and infrastructure of today change? The organizational structure for who profits from and who answers to whom would change. Much of the infrastructure itself wouldn't necessitate a change. It would, in fact, I mean, it's very much in some instances laid out the way we need it to be laid out. But what's the problem is who it's operating for and how. All right. So the profit incentive would go away. The dividends to stockholders would go away. The hierarchical organizational management structure would be flattened into a hierarchy and advisory committees and that sort of thing, and be answerable to either the workers or the local sovereigns or the populace of the municipality that are in. So the organization changes a lot, but the infrastructure would, by and large, be similar. Now, we would be more ecologically sustainable in that sort of situation, so that you'd probably see far more nuclear power plants, you'd see far more wind turbines, you'd see far more solar power, you'd see, you know, a change of that sort of nature. But, you know, more sustainable farming practices, more sustainable logistics methodologies, so that, you know, food shortages and like food deserts don't exist or can be compensated therefore. Over the long term, yeah, the infrastructure would have to evolve. But, you know, distribution methodologies and storage methodologies will change drastically in the next 50 years. So that ultimately is, you know, on the chopping block as well. Cigar. My main concern is my grandkids' future, but they're a lot smarter these days than what I grew up with. Glad you care about it, and I'm glad you recognize it. So let me scroll back a ways. There was shit that I missed. I know that. Probably already said that on this channel, but how do you defeat bystander effect, dilution of responsibility in a non-coercive society? By minimizing the amount of people who are actually exposed to the causal problem, right? If you have a situation where you have 1 million people and you just sort of plop the problem down in the middle of them, right? They're going to walk by. But if you set up a hierarchical organizational structure and you implement a system in which people actually understand the value of the service that they would be providing to the society and community, you'd be surprised that how quickly you can undermine the bystander effect, right? Bystander effect also is a product of hyper-individualized societies. You see a decline in their effect of the bystander effect in more communitivistic societies. So if you go to like Southeast Asia, which has highly communitarian social fabric, the bystander effect actually decreases. And so there would be a coinciding decrease in the bystander effect by very nature of changing the social organizational structure to something that is more communally minded, but then also you can further rig your organizational structure to minimize the bystander effect therein. No worries. Drivers. I saw a book the other day. It points out that you can have trade without money. What a concept. You just kept track of credits and debts. Oh, it was called Debt the first 5,000 years. Interesting. Do I think this can happen in the next 50 years? Can it? Yes. Will it? No. I'm a pragmatist and a realist at heart. J Boogie, is an anarchist society not a total lack of government? It's a lack of what you would understand as a government. Don't mean that as like some sort of insult or dig on you, really. But it isn't a lack of organizational structure. It isn't a lack of societal norms and rule sets. It's not this sort of free-for-all. Yeah. So as you've come to be propagandized most likely in your life as, you know, somebody who's been highly influenced, guaranteed, by the Western world, it is definitely a departure from what you would understand governance to be. So it is end state about the abolition of the state. But that doesn't mean you can't have methodologies of organizational structure and societal organization that implement, you know, laws and local municipal norms and that sort of thing. Yes, it is, Ghost. Yeah. Exploitative of the natural resources and exploitative of the working class. Yeah. It's labor, a labor theory of value. Patronum. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Hey, Skeptic. Hut, that, it's a mnemonic. Hut, that is, a common understanding of sort of like a brass tacks, low-level version of anarchism, yes. But once you get into confederation and scope and scale issues, it does actually scale up using delegation systems. And I'm an advocate for it at best, at worst, approval voting, and at best, consensus decision-making processes for determining that sort of thing. But there you go. Oh, Burger. The majority of us require a job to buy basic necessities to live, so the idea that employers are buying our time is a nice way of saying they're buying our lives. The capitalism is inherently coercive. It's inherently exploitative. And to say that you have a choice to work at that job, you have a choice to engage in the marketplace, is bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. There's a gun being held to your head from the day you're born. And so, yeah, there's no way around that. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. The entire system is coercive and exploitative and authoritarian and hierarchical. Narcissus. Well, Jay Boogie, that sounds like that seems like it would do away with any country of significant size and turn into much smaller communities. Anarchism advocates for the elimination of the nation state to begin with. It advocates for the elimination of borders. It recognizes the entire. It's a system of decentralized, distributed global nodes, right? Like that's how we should be operating anyway. Anybody who's schooled in computer science, network infrastructure would tell you that, you know, the most robust and resilient networks are distributed networks rather than centralized networks, which is what we have presently. So. Proudly Radical's chair. I'm going to have to disagree with that last point. You're kind of a pig. Oh, fucking smack it into order. The privatization of public spaces, Hut. Yeah, a crazy theory to me is charging people to visit a beach or fishing on public land. Like, how do you get charged to explore nature? That's utterly insane. Well, that's the privatization of the public sphere. It's long been a problem in neoliberal hypercapitalism. When does delegation turn into government? See, that's the thing, John. Hey, John. It's been a while since I've seen you. It doesn't really. That's the thing. Due to the fact that you have instant recall mechanisms and delegates are administrators rather than representatives, all legislation actually occurs at the bottom tier. So legislation under like anarcho-syndicalism, anarcho-communism, anarcho-socialism, any of these sorts of things, legislation actually happens at the bottom tier of organizational structure. So legislation makes its way up rather than down. And so the sort of concept of governance, which from the Latin govern, control, meant mind, right, is turned on its head, as it were. Skeptic, why does today fucking suck? And I'm sorry to hear that, my man. What's up? Doses. If you refuse to work, there's some level of ostracization that will occur, but ultimately speaking, they will not let you starve. They will not let you go homeless. They will not let you, you know, the level of subsistence would never be withheld because of that. It's just not the way that the sort of group that organizes themselves works. See the even Sikhs, for an example of this. They will feed anybody who walks in off the street to one of their gurdwaras, no matter anything. They're just there to make sure you survive. So yeah, in that sort of system, yeah, it doesn't matter if you were working or not. They would take care of you. Why is hashtag Pelosi loves Trump trending on Twitter right now? I don't know, but that is funny that is trending. Somebody might want to look into that. I would also like to see a portion of society where we could go back to barter and trading of goods. Hey, thank you for the follow, Jolene. Thank you for the follow. Where we could go back to barter and trading of goods that you work, the way you work harder for your best product to trade to another person's best product. Hut, I'd love to see, and under a barter and trade sort of style of system in our present legislative environment is actually a taxable transaction. So yeah, I would like to see, you know, blanket deregulation of that field, seeing as it's not involving the financial, you know, not involving the capitalist class in some form or fashion. But yeah, I could get down with that. Belgian, yeah, I'm just an advocate for getting there a little sooner. Belgium, if we look at history, we can consider that mankind is slowly creating a global world without frontier. No, I mean, in an era, this is my example. I always use this example. In an era where I can take a dick pic and send it to some random dude on the Indian subcontinent in 56 milliseconds, the world's too small, right? The world's too small for this bullshit, for imaginary lines that we're drawing on the ground. Like, it's way too small for that. We have to recognize that, you know, this is the unit. The unit is global, and work off of that, and understand how to lift up individual sovereignty in a global system. And the anarchists come a knocking. Hey, thank you for following Walrus Chan. Honestly, the endless font, the endless wellspring that it is human creativity when it comes to usernames. You know, I don't think I'll ever get tired of it. Hey Joe, what's up, my man? Hey Lynx, what's up, you fucker? Do not look into it. Okay, well, all right, then I will not look into that. Thank you for the warning, femboy. Thighs and French fries. I'm telling you, endless creativity. In an anarchist society, what utilized and appreciated parts of society greatly diminish. the ease of use and comfort that comes from authoritarian systems. Third, it's super easy. It's super comforting to just be told what to do, right? There's an ease of use that goes along with that. That's sort of streamlined, right? There's Windows, which is just sort of Windows or Apple, right? It just works. Then there's Linux, where you have to understand how the system operates, and you're going to have to do some work under the hood, right? That's the difference. Is under an anarchistic system, you're going to have to be an active participant. You're going to have to be educated to some degree. I'm not saying like ivory towers, like poli-sci education here, but you're going to have to have a level of wherewithal for your political surroundings, and you're going to have to be engaged because the system is reliant upon you. So the barrier to entry is a little bit higher, and the level of action or activity within the system required by the individual is a little bit higher. But given the trade-offs in the sort of economic realm and the less coercion, exploitation, that sort of thing, I would say it's not even just a rebalancing. It's most assuredly worthwhile. But hey. That level of compassion seems far-fetched at first, but really warms my heart because it's certainly possible now that I think about it. I'm glad, Dosis Mimosas, that you get there, because yeah, at first the instinct, especially all things considered, is like, oh no, they'd let them starve. No, they wouldn't. They really wouldn't. I'm telling you, like, it's as fucked as we are as a species. You'd be amazed at the wonderful care, compassion, empathy, kindness, sympathy, love that we show one another. So, hey, Squid. Meanwhile, the open market has killed Parler and all the capitalists are crying about it. It's a Photoshop of Pelosi's face on a launch. Okay, I'm good. Thank you for the warning, Femcom. Derp. Jesus. First not boss made me still a while ago longer. Now my bathroom is flooded because... Wait. Oh, okay. Bathroom is flooded because somebody above me left their water on. And because of the water and shit, there's bugs in my bathroom. And my landlord doesn't give a fuck about how shitty the goddamn place is. Oh, fuck me, Skeptic. That sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. That's a bitch. Landlords... There's another fucking thing. Just fucking hammer that nail in a little bit further. Fucking landlords. Man, that sucks. I don't know where you are, Skeptic, but I mean, there are housing boards and that sort of thing that you can call, depending on, what locality you're dealing with. Belgian, yeah, I think the merging of 5 states into one country is the biggest accomplishment of USA history. I think it's probably one of the worst fucking moves ever made, but, not that I'm advocating for the balkanization of the US, but, I mean, look at the disparate ideologies and the political practices of the various regions of the US, and you start to understand how ruling as a monolith, a large territory such as the US or the EU, or China, for that matter, is extraordinarily difficult. Hey Sue, I see you. I'm not there in chat yet, but I see you on the screen. Hey Sue. Mayoa, if you're still here, Mayoa, there's no level of, we will slow it right down or describe or explain or, dissect wherever necessary. Mayoa. Thank you. If you have questions, ask them. by all means. Even basic questions. If you're like, oh, this is too basic, he's not going to want to answer that. Ask it. Ask it. That is my praxis. I am here to do that. So by all means. And if you don't want to ask questions, if you just want to sit back and lurk, by all means, you're welcome to lurk as well. But I wouldn't want anybody to think just because there's, multisyllabic words being tossed around and, political theory being discussed that, this isn't a space for you. It most assuredly is. Let's see. Tyreek, that's an interesting hypothetical. Oh, Peach. You work on those hamstrings a little more. They've been tight recently. $70,000+ accounts that spread QAnon theories. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, it is a decent purge. I mean, it's, they've got fucking millions and millions of accounts, but
well, if you're wondering what's happened, so am I. The computer that we have running our news from time to time took off and went wild. So what we're going to do is
Robert Sapolsky for context on behavior. In what way, Joe? I'd love to know where, apropos of what. For twos, all landlords are peasants. It's really not that simple. No, it really is that simple. Just go get a fucking job and buy a house. It really is that simple. Like, I don't understand what people are complaining about. Like, just why weren't you just born rich in the first place? Jeez. Be better and have rich parents. Mark Levine, Ben Shapiro, Dan Bongino's employer, Cumulus Media, told their on-air personalities to stop suggesting the election was stolen from Trump or face termination immediately. Oof. The market is speaking. Yes, Squid. I feel you on that one. Renting, because I don't want to own property in Las Vegas Valley. Jay Boogie, I just want as much freedom as I can get. I just want to be left alone to do what I want. As long as, okay, so anarchism is at its core is sort of about maximizing the level of freedom for the individual up until the point where it begins to infringe on another individual and finding that sort of homeostatic balance of sorts. So, as much freedom as you can get without infringing upon other people's freedoms. It's just a trigger for me. You're quite welcome, Mioa. Fucking already had to stumble over it. Like, Jesus. How would you describe your political views in a broad sense? I'm an anarchist. I am definitely what you would probably perceive to be leftist, but I am about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures So politician, representative government, that sort of thing, that, you know, they have more power than you, boss, employee, that sort of thing, hierarchical power structures. I'm about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into what's called a heterarchy, or a horizontal organizational structure. And I use a philosophical methodology to challenge unjust power and authority mechanisms in society. And then it's about the dismantling or replacement thereof if they fail to meet that challenge. That is my core lens of analysis for my political position or my political views. In a broader sense, I'm about humanitarianism and egalitarianism and the sort of replacement of these coercive exploitative systems such as capitalism and kakistocracies and this neoliberal hypercapitalism that we have. Drivers, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. Derp, that isn't lost on me that I used multisyllabic when I should have just said big words. Instead, I used a big word to describe big words. It's just how my brain works. It's how my vocabulary works. That isn't lost on me that is what occurred, Derp. Yes, I saw that, Derp. I saw you mention that your dad was one of those accounts that got banned. That is so amazing. That's so... Just hold that shit over him for a while. Blink. Contacts. Blink. How would anarchist societies organize large-scale international projects such as a space program? Very similar to the way that Spain organized their industrial and agricultural industries during the Spanish Civil War, using an anarchistic commune style of operation. So free association, but you be amazed what you can accomplish. Under an anarchistic system, it doesn't mean you couldn't have factories and workshops and production lines. All of that still could and would exist. It just is, hey, thank you for the follow, Mioa. It's just that the hierarchical boss-worker relationship would be restructured into a horizontal relationship with the workers having far more of a say involved. But there would also be then free association between the organizations that are coordinating, right? So very similar to the same way that you do it now, just with less coercive behavior involved. Housing lords, I'm in an apartment, fair enough. Belgian with the throwback. Hashtag don't be risco. Love the throwback, Belgian. Oh, I'm not really doing that, but we'll see if we can't get a panel going here. That'd make it easier on me. Hey Sue, is anybody else want in on this? Let me know. Give me a heads up. Hey there, Sue.
Hey bro, how you doing?
I'm okay. It's you know, it's been okay. It's been a good stream. A lot of theory.
A lot of theory, okay.
Yeah, a lot of theory.
Oh, each one's in.
Peach, are you on the Discord server already? If you're not, then why the hell aren't you? And if you are on the Discord server, get into the voice chat. All right, then jump over to voice chat, Peach.
Hey Squid.
Let's see.
Hello everyone.
Oh, Squid, yeah, dude, I feel you, dude. The neuropathy and my throat is a thing. Trust me, I feel you. Man, I feel you. I feel you on that one, Skeptic. Milton Friedman gets so close sometimes. Oh,
Ooh,
Is this thing on?
it is on.
hi.
Oh, now you're muted.
Oh, here I am.
All right.
Grandpa Sue.
And
Hey, what up, Peach?
What's up, guys?
Just chilling. You know how it is.
Oh, it's always like that shit right now, especially.
all right. Let me see if
Yeah.
let me see if I can catch up on chat here at all. I can skip all of the ghost stuff. What? I didn't say that out loud.
Before that, I just want to say to Ghost, if you don't have a uterus, shut the fuck up. I will literally find you. You talking behind a keyboard right now.
Easy.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Calm down.
who do we put in charge
I
of
know
public?
you're frustrated with them, but
Who do we put in charge of
Just
public
put-
services? The same. I mean, the same people that are already in charge of public services. You really think the bureaucrat is running the sewer, right? Like this is classic case of the workers running shit, right? I mean, this is, you know, I really, I always, I don't know, maybe because I've had interactions with worker co-ops, maybe because I've been an anarchist long enough. I don't know. I guess I have like the predisposition that's necessary. Maybe it's the IT stuff that I can understand distributed networks to a sort of an innate degree. But I mean, anybody who's known like workers, like the proletariat, the working class, understands they're the ones running shit to start with, right?
Exactly.
They're already the ones making the machine run. And the only time management actually does something, it usually gets in the way. Like everybody knows that story of a fucking boss who was like, well, we should switch to from this tool set to this tool set. And now the entire shop has to shut down and change over tool sets because of X, Y, and Z. The workers are already running this society. Look at essential.
It's also not to say that like organization isn't a skill. Like in organizing these sets of workers is not a skill, but like you don't need an organizer to come in and tell another person like, oh, you're not doing the plumbing correctly. Like that's just too much.
And that's what, sort of hierarchical or delegate, hierarchical organizational structure in combination with a delegate administrative system. Delegates are there for advisory purposes, right? They're there to investigate. Delegate committees are like, oh, hey, the workers are like, we really need to upgrade the piping from X to Y. Oh, okay. So you set up a delegate committee. They look into overall cost or product, resourcing, product sourcing problems, and maybe speak to any experts within industry. People who have done this before. They come back with that information, and the work, those that are involved in this project have an up or down decision to make. Maybe they're like, yes, we go with that, or we go with that, or we go with that. X, Y, or Z, and so you use that sort of delegated administrative capability to further investigate, but they don't have like representative, authority over people in the same way that we come to understand a boss or, an elected representative has in today's society. Let's see. Just Squid, just save money, guys. Just be born rich. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you people?
I've tried the saving money thing, and there's always bills that come out of nowhere.
Of course. Mayoa, thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm on 5 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. U.S. Pacific time, Tuesday, Thursday, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. So stop on by anytime. Happy to have you.
all I'm gonna say on this subject matter is really it's a few hours before my fucking birthday.
Oh
Do
my
not
god!
get me into fucking talking about stolen land and wealth gained off of stolen land.
Oh my god!
As he
Don't even fucking get that.
literally brings it up himself.
Also, like, literally, it's the same motherfucker. Because obviously the conservatives are wrong about the like, land back shit. But the thing that pisses me off even more are, like, the liberals or leftists who will be like, oh, we acknowledge the land we're standing on. And they always ask, what can we do? What can we do for land back? And when you tell them, like, well, sign your land over to the tribe whose land you're standing on, they're like, oh, well, that's just a little bit too much.
Right?
It's like you could also just, pay rent to the tribe. Like, you are kind of stealing the land, but land acknowledgements. We'll just do that.
Yo, look at it this way, okay? Look at it this way. All the law enforcement that you have that's supposedly protecting you, once the rich have taken everything that they possibly can, and big corporates can from this side of the world, they are going to leave it. And along with them goes all of that. Who do you think land's gonna come to?
It's called exterminism, depending on which circles you're running in at that point. But I've seen it referred to as exterminism, and it's that sort of Elysium. Fucking they just like, and thank you for all the stuff. We're gonna be up there now. Yeah. Buzzard keeps asking this. Buzzard, you hung in through the 10-minute fucking timeout, by the way. Mad props. I will give you that.
Shit.
Somebody paid 10,000 points for a timeout.
Damn.
So Buzzard, who sets the prices on products in that society described? In the one I was describing, what it would be described as is non-market socialism with a decentralized planning. So it's a horizontal organizational structure that computer scientists and economists are vastly familiar with. But essentially, you can utilize either a centralized computer system that uses a decentralized economy and uses a non-market system, so you don't have to set prices directly. Or you could go a little more centralized on it, and you could do a planned market economy. Me personally, not a fan. But yes, a non-market socialized economy with a decentralized planning system is how that would be referred to. And if you want to look into it more, it's a subset of economics called literally radical economics. But you can also find more information on it by investigating computer science courses. Because that's who's widely familiar with it. But it requires a level of negotiated cooperation and participatory planning. These are some of the keywords you need to be looking for what you're asking for is literally chapters in an econ book. So just, a heads up. But in attempt to give you an answer that will satisfy you. Kai, the preacher man. Derp, right as I start to get off and go to bed because I got to work, people get on air and get the good stuff. Managers don't manage. All they do is rush shit. Speak to the video game industry if you want to understand that little qualm.
Also, the service industry, shit.
Back of the house for life.
I'm front and back constantly.
I have nothing but adoration for back of house. Why would people do undesirable jobs in this system? One, because some people actually enjoy those undesirable jobs. You'd be surprised. Two, there would be an economic force placed upon those that are overseeing those sorts of jobs to further automate them. So you'd be surprised the amount of busy work we do. You'd be surprised with the amount of labor that we do that isn't necessary. There are literally Amazon warehouses that don't have automation because it's cheaper to run the human beings. That's the truth of the matter. There's literally economic reasons for lack of automation in a system that is increasingly automated. And so you would see a twofold pressure placed upon those that are required to do those jobs. One, you would eliminate those that are doing those jobs because of coercion and leave a group that sees them as a necessity for society and sees honor and privilege in performing them, right? It's not easy being a nurse. It's not easy holding somebody's hand as they die. But people answer that calling, not out of economic necessity. My mom was one of those. She knew she wanted to be a nurse before she knew anything about being paid to be a nurse. So there are those people that exist, no matter what. So don't discount them just because you maybe can't perceive why someone would clean a sewer without being paid $100,000 to do it.
I think also too it's just like I would there's so many jobs that I enjoy doing that I don't want to do as a paid job because I know that I can't actually make a living wage from it. But like if there was actually a system, and that's a system that we're fighting for, where like I can actually survive and not just survive but thrive, then yeah, I'd be more than happy to do that because I also know it's serving the community that I'm a part of. Like if that means like cleaning the sewer or like changing bedpans, like hell yeah, I'm happy to do that because I know it's for a collective good. And not just for a collective good, but also to ensure that I'm thriving and not just like picking pennies away when I can.
See, and there's the right there. There's Paige with there's honor and nobility and pride to be had in doing that job. There is. And just we've been conditioned in such a way that makes it very difficult for some people to envision wanting to do that. But hey, it's you, fucking Raka. Raka is the one who added 2 more books to my list. No, I haven't read Post Anarchy yet, but I have both of Saul Newman's, the theological one and the Post Anarchy coming. They'll be here tomorrow. I'm already, we covered the books. These are the ones I got through on the weekend. This is I'm partway through this one today. I'm burning through them as fast as I can. We even had a troll at the beginning of the fucking show that was like, "You can't read that fast."
I'm honestly surprised how fast you're reading. That's impressive.
I
also have ADHD, so I can barely finish a book.
You can thank my mom. She had me reading to her when I was fucking like age 4. It was like that. But Raka, I will get to it. I was sufficiently intrigued enough after watching that like 12-minute video I think you sent me on Post Anarchy, that this guy was doing the summary who had gone to school under Newman. And so yeah, I grabbed Newman's books. So I will have something to say in the future. Maybe in like half a month, maybe a couple weeks, I'll have something to say on that. Oh, we have some interesting, like, just find more ways to increase your income if you're paycheck to paycheck. Sure.
I have done so many different things. It's not even funny. I have done mechanics. Yes, I was a grease monkey for a while. I have done ranch work because some of my relatives own horses and cattle. I've done a lot of different things. Roofing, construction.
Skeptic, I can see role of markets, like market socialism as a transitory state, but I agree. I think that it's definitely it's an invitation to like a merchant class reappearing after you do so much fucking work. So I feel you on that one. Yeah, just further to that point, exactly, Skeptic. Yeah, and I mean, multiple people pointing out, better organized systems would have more leisure time to start with. You'd have, people would be more inclined to do some of these harder tasks as well. I forget who it is. I think it's Tiny Hat. I think that's Syndicalist. I'm not entirely sure. One of our community members is a history teacher, and I dropped the hunters and medieval peasants had more downtime than modern workers, and they're like, no. I'm like, you want to do this? Let's look it up. And there are numerous studies on it. Medieval peasants had a more comfortable life as far as downtime and work downtime relationships than we do. And thank you for following, Nauman. Let's see. Let's see.
Wait. Where's that one? Merc, LeBlanc, how would land back stuff work?
Oh,
Oh, Merkel. That's Merkel.
Merkel.
Yeah.
Oh, Merkel.
I not easily, not well. Let's just put it that way.
I mean, in some places it already is happening.
And it's very
Like-
messy when it happens.
I wouldn't say necessarily so though, because it doesn't have to be. I mean, it will be eventually because of like the tugs that do happen. But like there are places currently where there are like cities that are already signing over the city owned land to the local tribes. But I mean, like it's not as simple as just like land back as one like homogenous movement, because every tribe has a different understanding of like what that's going to be. I know for like where I'm from, like it's going to look very different from where like Lost Sioux is from, because we have different histories and we have different relationships to the land through our ancestors and through our histories.
And there's going to be
Like,
different tribal
Not all
claims.
indigenous people are going to be the same.
It gets.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, I just said, and there's going to be different tribal claims. If you don't think
That's
if you don't think there's not going to be conflict there too, and by the way, lest us not forget the initial step of actually doing it.
yeah.
It's one.
No, it is gonna be messy. I just
It's one thing to say like, okay, it's done. Project forward how that works. It's another thing to say, excuse me, capitalist ownership class and white people, we want all of this. Yeah. I know you're making millions and billions of dollars off of it. We want all of this back. You cool with that? That's a conversation that's always an interesting conversation to have.
yeah.
So, how does it work? At best, slowly. At worst, bloodily.
Lasu, have y'all had any experience with y'all's like community of like local people signing over like land titles? Like non-native
There are
people
some
signing over land
parts.
titles?
There are some parts of Canada, yes. And then there are some that are like literally, how do I put it? The rich people and the big corporates and the landlords don't want to do that because then they're out of a job.
Yeah.
A job of sucking money off of the actual people that work.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. We have somebody who just walked through the door and yelled Trump, baby. Always my favorite.
Trump baby.
Yeah, always.
Trump.
It's always
That
my.
means I'm the daddy.
It's always my favorite type of person. It's always my favorite type of person because I visualize those sorts of things, right? It's you're walking into a channel. It's like walking into a room. Like there's just a long hallway with various doors and rooms off to the side, and there's just somebody like going down the hallway, like kicking open a door, yelling "Trump 2020, Trump, Trump, baby!"
It's Prez. You've already come in, and I'm so excited to have you here.
It's
Like,
so weird.
keep going. You're literally making my night. It makes me so happy.
It's always it's always an oddball thing when it occurs.
Give them that voice. You know that voice. Give them that voice.
Trump baby. Oh, make me so happy. I'm not gonna do that voice on here.
Yes, please don't.
I'm gonna be doing that voice. I'm dropping my Cash App. If I'm gonna be doing that voice, I'm dropping my fucking Cash App.
On behalf of gay dudes everywhere, keep it in your pants.
And as a dyke myself, please stay away from me, men.
What's your opinion on Donald J. Trump? I was love when the full fucking thing gets dropped. What's your opinion on Donald J. Trump inciting a riot causing the death of 5 people, all because he lost a quote a capital fair and square election? What's my opinion? Yeah, it's bullshit, but it's just going to be another excuse for the authoritarian state and police mechanism to crack down on all of us. Like, I'm over the Schadenfreude. I am. I'm now back into leftist mindset. you know they're gonna fuck us all with this, right?
I mean, they have been though. I don't know why people. The thing that's like really fucking stupid to me is that the conservatives are saying this shit where they're like, "Wow, they're really clamping down on right wing, on right speech, our freedom of speech." But the thing is, like, and they're like saying like, but they've never done that to left wingers.
Oh.
They've done that to people. They've done that to Maduro. They've done that to a bunch of like indigenous and black activists.
We ran
They've
through
been
the
doing this.
list.
Now they're doing this to right wingers for the first fucking time.
Well,
and now y'all are mad.
Well, that's and we did maybe 45 minutes at the top
That's
of the
even
show.
worse.
Talking
A
about
Canadian trying to act like they're a Trump fan. Oh my God, that's fucking just.
oh Jesus, is someone? Oh, it is
You're
a
a
Canadian.
traitor to Canada, you fucking idiot.
It's easy.
I mean, if anything, he's really true to Canada. The true Canada, you know?
Watch the ad hominems if we can. But yeah, they are. We were talking about the distinctions being made. That one, they're coming with an energy that can only be captured by a group that hasn't had the boot on their throat for the last X amount of years, right? They're doing this like they can do this. Whereas over on the left, and I mean, we iterated the, people of color, LGBT, fucking indigenous, leftists in general, we iterated them all out for the sort of philosophical delve that we did into it, that in essence, that like all the rest of us have a form of trauma. We've been traumatized. We have a form of PTSD. We have to check a billion boxes before we hit the streets, right? These motherfuckers are like, fuck it, let's storm the Capitol. Like, just that's their starting position. Let's storm the Capitol. And that's an energy that's reactionary, right? That's an emotional energy. That's a reactionary action right there. And the left and people of color and indigenous spaces, we're used to getting stomped into the ground by the authority, right? Like that's par for the course. There's generations of that going on depending on what crew you're with. And so we wouldn't even think of making that move. And that move is going to have two effects for sure. There's definitely minor effects that, could splinter off, but there's going to be two. There's going to be, because this is a wake-up call, right? This is going to be one of those things like the apparatus of the state is being mobilized against them.
Oh my God.
And so...
Can somebody... I'm sorry, Kai. I really am sorry.
All right,
Can somebody please educate its prez? There was bombs and guns.
There were guns, there were multiple pipe bombs, there was a cooler full of Molotov cocktails, there was a fucking gallows, there was what do they call them, flex cuffs en masse. They were looking to take hostages and execute people.
Also, like, the Black Panthers were literally just exercising their rights. Like, that's all I'll say.
Yeah. They were exercising their Second Amendment rights and their right to self-defense.
And that's when the NRA came about, was because of the Black Panthers.
No.
So...
The NRA pre-existed them by quite some time, but that is the origin point for the at the time the most restrictive gun laws in the nation in California, as helmed as governor by Ronald Reagan, with the acceptance and the approval of the NRA at that time. Yeah, that is the origin point for the strict California gun laws, is the Black Panthers decided to stand up for themselves. So we know, and the MOVE organization in Philadelphia back in, what was it, 83? Decided to stand up for themselves, and they ended up having after the post-scene analysis, they stopped counting cartridges, shells on the ground at 10,000.
In a house with women and children.
They in coordination with the FBI and the Pennsylvania State Police, they dropped a brick of explosives that burned down an entire block of residential housing.
And what you have to know about that shit, because I've met those people, I know those people, the survivors, they are still affected by that shit to this day. And I'm not just talking about like mental trauma, because yes, mental trauma is physical, but I mean that they are still dealing with physical trauma and physical illness since the fucking MOVE bombing.
Of course.
They lost kids, like they lost siblings. That shit's no.
And so this is the sort of, well, that's the dichotomous example that people are putting up, is like, imagine, I mean, be it, we put up on stream the fucking image from Standing Rock. Like, this is what happened when a bunch of fucking indigenous people said, hey, could you not pollute our waterways? And you
Yeah.
know, this is what it looked like for literal people storming the Capitol building. And you know, this is what it's like when black people say, "Hey, could you not kill us en masse using the police apparatus?" And you know, it's of course, you know, that's of course. Sue.
I was just gonna say this is what we deal with in Canada all the time. Uneducated folks that have no idea what the hell they're talking about, but act like they're talking about something important. They have no idea about what they're talking about.
Okay,
And they
so
do it all the time.
hang on. I always love when somebody goes to that fucking point. All right, hang on. Let's jump over there. Hey, it's Prez. I'm talking when the Black Panthers invaded the Capitol in 1967. Oh, you mean this picture?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the invasion. Really meets my definition of invasion.
Look at all those broken windows.
I think in the background I can see them beating a cop to death. You're full of shit, bro.
Uneducated.
They
I
invade.
don't even blame him. I blame the Canadian educational system and uneducating people.
Propaganda's a motherfucker. We did the Pledge of Allegiance earlier in this stream because we had like 2-3 people that were like, you know, what's the problem with the pledge?
No way.
Have you heard it? And it's interesting. We actually have, I don't know if Cigar's still here, but we have a dude who's like older, like big cigar daddy. He's a grandfather, like grandfather of 8 kids. Like he's an older, he's an older dude. And he, you know, he's, hey, there's big cigar daddy. And yeah, even he mentioned that you're like, oh, I've never seen it like through that lens, at least. That, you know, some of us do see it as cult brainwashing shit. I'm glad you're still here, Cigar. It's getting late for you, I know. Let's see. Hang on. Can you see back in this summer over $2 billion of damage from Antifa? Antifers.
I'm sorry, it wasn't 2 billions worth of damage.
It wasn't. That's completely, not to use a word, but trumped up numbers.
But boom. Hang on. There you go.
Thank you.
No, your teachers in Canadian education system were not libs.
Well, I mean, definitely neolibs.
Yeah, for sure.
You're getting your information from Axios, sweetie. You gotta take a
Wait,
deep
wait,
breath.
wait.
Fox Business News,
Wait.
Axios.
He immediately lost $1 billion. The Axios is 1 billion. So right out of the gate, we went from 2 billion to 1 billion. Now let's see how far we can get this down.
Fox Business, free org articles.
Thank you, Antipodine. Okay, so nobody touched the fee, and yes, okay, yeah, somebody's modding out those links.
Also, I can say as somebody, and from other people that were on the ground, I'm not going to say that all the damage was done this way, but a lot of the damage was done by the police themselves. Like, a lot of the damage was done by the police themselves when they were quote-unquote defending private property. They weren't defending it. They were just trying to start shit.
I mean, just look at Seattle and Portland. They're fucking, the amount of tear gas that they actually used entered the water table. Like, that's, you know, yeah, 100%.
From what I understand, it was only like a couple of, if at all, maybe like 1 or 2 million, not billion.
And that's across the country. That's not just like in one city. That's across the country. That's spread out.
All right, I see a tag here. Oh, jeez. Joe rolled out the, is Antifa in the room with you right now, Karen? Meme. Quick questions. Were there any anarchist organizations that were popular in the civil rights movement during the 1960s? International Anarchist Federation. 60s for sure. There's a whole host of them though. Like I think, let me check. Yeah, no, they didn't last that long.
Well, they took the Capitol. They committed a terrorist act and attacked the Capitol. So I'm pretty sure the Capitol is going to cost millions of dollars in repair.
Especially because a lot of priceless like paintings, apparently not a lot, but a couple were stolen.
Let's see. All right.
Is this bad? Like, I think this is just your resident troll.
Yeah, well, you know. Thank you to follow Station Zebra News, and thank you to follow Zaire Kangle. Sorry if I butchered your name. Feel free to correct my pronunciation. Acid Goblin, is your stream dealing or associating with anarchism, or is it just for show? I don't know what you're supposed to, what credentials I'm supposed to put forth.
You have to show your card.
Yeah, like, do I roll out the membership card, or does, activist work with mutual aid organizations count? Do I have to produce like receipts for donations to, or like time slips from? Because I got to tell you, anarchist organizations aren't big on time slips to start with. Thank you for the follow, Cassidy Reese. But no, I'm an open advocate for anarchistic solutions to problems on a global scale, 5 days a week, and have been for many, many years with a huge amount of consistency.
Hey,
So,
why isn't your timing someone out working?
oh, because once it gets used once per stream. It gets sold out. It's just it's a pressure release valve for one particular terrible troll once per stream. That way we don't, as a community, just start spending our points and banning people willy-nilly.
I'm not being willy-nilly. Mine's an actual valid one.
I support it.
Let's see, hang on. I think the Yippies were anarchists. No. I mean, Jesus Christ, their official position is post-left, right? The Yippies are, their official position as an organization is post-leftism.
They were like an American situationist kind of sitch.
Yeah, and so yeah,
Or, I mean,
definitely not anarchists.
sorry.
Go ahead, Sue.
I was just gonna suggest maybe then doing voting someone off the island poll.
Ooh.
Thanks, Heart Joe.
Direct
Love you, bro.
democracy.
Direct democracy.
Derp says, we had this conversation Friday. We looked at the number the Trump supporter gave us in damages, and it was still less than the city's paid out in police brutality lawsuits.
Great.
By the way, one has to admire the consistency of people who scream, "Whose house? Our house," and then proceed to shit on the floor. All right. Yep. Stretching. Oh, it makes you wonder what their houses look like. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, side.
Yo, thank you for the follow. Following Kai here. It's Kingston. Would that be Kingston, Ontario, or Kingston in Africa?
Or Jamaica.
Another Trump 2020.
Oh, R.I.P. Oh, he is Canadian.
I don't know what that's. Oh, fuck it. That is hilarious, bro. I was just about to sub to you. Well, I mean, feel free, but I mean, I won't stop you. I'm all about individual, liberties and that sort of thing. If you want to sub to an unknown anarchist, by all means, but I know. I love the Trump 2020 and then it's 2021. I had one of those like on one of the first days of the new year. It's like Trump 2020, wrong year. Yeah, definitely not Democratic or Republican. J- let's see. Yeah, look at the BLM protests in DC and the police beat them. It's not 2021. It's 2020 season 2. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Just as another comparison point, this isn't even really serious at all, but when I was watching the coverage on January 6th of like them sieging the Capitol, I did find myself laughing so fucking hard because I realized they don't have medics.
Oh,
Like whenever
no, they don't. The
leftists
right
have
has.
actions, we have like we are running thick with medics, like we're running thick with like medical supplies, and these people, like I was just watching, none of them were prepared for tear gas, so they just had to suffer through.
Well, they have no experience protesting, right?
But they couldn't even. It's so funny though because they'll always like call leftists like the babies, like oh my god, you're crying yourself to sleep at night.
Did you
And I was watching them handle tear
Snowflakes.
gas. I have seen grandmothers who are like in their 80s handle tear gas better than them.
Well, did you see
Like,
the Patriot? The Proud Boys USA account on Parler?
oh my god, what happened?
The dude who runs the account was pissed, not happy. We've been making fun of these leftist soy boys, and they've been fighting back armies of cops and Proud Boys, and we go out there and we can't take a canister of tear gas. Oh yeah,
Oh
fucking.
my God. That's the thing. It's like they're ready whenever they're just like in a dark alley by themselves, and they have their crowd of people, and they're ganging up on one person, but like they can't actually.
Well,
they
the
can't
right
really
has no protest experience. They've been having like
not even protest.
they've been having like boat parades and shit for Trump, and they think that that's a protest. And the left's deep knowledge goes deep. And so, it's, yeah,
we got our elders.
we out there with fucking, like you said, field medics and medical supplies and fucking dudes handing out water and snacks and fucking people ready to, like we got shit taken care of.
Oh my god, I was cracking up on one of the streams after they got tear gas. Somebody started screaming, "Does anybody have milk?" And I was like praying to God. I was like, thank God that they really think that milk helps with tear gas.
Let them have it.
They're so stupid.
Hey, they'll learn. They'll get their experience quick.
Oh, I hope that they don't learn.
No, they will.
Learn. Keep telling them that milk works.
All right.
I'm gonna tell them that baking soda works too.
So let's see. I had a couple of tags here. So this whole stream is to bring down the U.S. government. I mean, long term, I suppose, but not realistically.
2,000 years.
If so, do you understand what would happen if that occurs? All these religions, governments, parties, and caucuses, well, that's a reiterative statement, but okay, will all separate and cause havoc against each other. I don't understand. I know you don't.
My thought about the destruction of America, though, is it's aim for the moon, and if you don't make it, you're still in the stars,
I advocate for a thing called the Thucydian methodology. It's my own term. It's built on, well, that's, I have to tell people, this really isn't ego, because if you go searching for Thucydian methodologies, you're going to come up wanting and lacking, right? So you have to know it's a bespoke term.
No, don't be telling Peach to leave the country. You fucking leave
It's
the
my
country.
land, bitch. You get out. Like, you get out.
It's the classic meme. Oh, I wish we could improve society. I wish we could make things better. Oh, but you live in a society. You should leave. Really? You're a fucking meme. It's a pathetic position to sit, to say, how can Peach escape neoliberal hypercapitalism, right? Where are you going to go?
Also, if I could afford it, I would consider it at this point. But if you're gonna pay for it, though, hell yes. Like, give me that plane ticket. Give me that plane ticket.
So I'll skip over that. Let's see. Yeah, they trampled their own with no guard.
Can we start a stream trait here? where we actually do like a poll to vote. Let's show democracy in its full effect.
Are we voting? Are we survivoring people off?
No, we aren't. Do I have any recorded debates? I'm not.
Oh my
Ca-
god, Kingston thinks I don't have a job.
Case,
That's embarrassing.
Casey.
Oh my God, Kingston.
Not a debate, bro. I will have a conversation though. So if you are looking to discuss something, if you're looking to get into theory, if you've got a point of contention, that sort of thing, I will gladly have people on my air. I will gladly have the conversation with them. Be forewarned, I will fact check you live. Hey, Osmami, thank you for the gift sub, and congratulations, Rosa. Rosa out there fucking lurking. Everybody,
Buzzard, everything in Canada needs to change. Otherwise, even you too are gonna be sucked up and homeless.
Exactly.
All right, so, and gay hunk squadrons handing out power bars and fruit platters. Yes. The organizational structure of the left's protest. Hey, Rosa.
Yo, Peach has a job, Kingston. and like, you know, I don't know what your fucking problem is, dude, other than you're constantly trying to push your ideology of some bullshit fucking reality that isn't even a reality, that
Also, Kingston,
some
both of
stupid
us
idiot.
can agree that Justin Trudeau is bad. That's one thing that we can agree on. Justin Trudeau sucks.
Everybody can agree that Justin Trudeau is bad.
I'd just like to point out, why does Peach having a job matter?
Exactly.
Why are you hanging upon somebody's employment as a matter of their worth? Maybe you should investigate that psychological avenue a little more. I don't understand why somebody's productivity within a blatantly corrupt and sick system should somehow justify their existence more or less to another human being.
Honestly, even if I don't have a job, at least I'm funny. And I'm hot. Like, I have more than you do at that point. Like, you only have 2 jokes. Like, Rabbit brought it up. Zealot brought it up. You only have 2 jokes, and it's like helicopters and get a job. Like, you're not funny.
Casey, my entire archive is available on my website, kaisthings.com, KISthings.com. I do not clip. I don't create pieces. Like, I don't do video editing. So they exist. You're just going to have to wade through hundreds of hours of content in order to figure it out.
Handholder, I'm sorry, bro, but even England don't want them back. Like, for real, like, sat having conversations with English people actually from England, and they're all like, we don't want them back. Y'all can keep them or do whatever. We don't want them back. They ain't getting here. Oops.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rosa.
Thank you for the follow, United Action, and thank you for the follow, Howell Point.
Yo, Howell Point, what's up?
So, by Kingston standards, are homeless people worth nothing? Yes, apparently so, Skeptic. You're welcome, Casey.
Young Buzzard, the Irish don't want you either. I'm sorry, sweetie. Especially not the Irish.
Oh, well, congratulations for spamming. You earned yourself a timeout.
Bye-bye.
Yay!
That is what got you that.
Sadly, every single country on the east side of the ocean does not want the people over here that are Trump 2020 and
on every
racist.
Side of the ocean.
They don't want them either.
Thank you for the sub. Just your average Kimber. All right. Zealot.
Skeptic.
Thank you for the compliment, Zealot. King has me convinced. Premarital. King has me convinced. I'm voting for Donald J. Trudeau next election.
Is Trudeau gonna be the new like you know how they try to replace like the leader in Venezuela every couple years? Is Donald J. Trudeau the new like puppet?
That'd be great. I want that. I want that timeline. Can we get that timeline?
yeah.
I want that
Can we
timeline.
get that?
I want that
I want
timeline.
that timeline,
Trump
too.
living in exile in Venezuela under an assumed name to be a puppet for the neoliberal bullshit that we have to deal
They're
with.
gonna dye his
I want
hair.
that timeline.
They're gonna give him a perm. I want to see Trump with a perm. That's what I want for 2021.
Oh, have you ever seen
I
his
want
mom?
everyone to have a perm, including Trump.
Have you seen Trump's
You would-
mom?
I don't like to look at people's family members because, I have no reason actually. I was trying to make up something funny, but I failed. Let me look it up.
Hang on.
Cool boy.
I'll put it on
Oh,
stream.
sorry. Cool boy. What does that tell you? Don't go into a leftist stream saying Trump 2020.
There you go.
Come on, bro. Oh, jeez.
So that's not a perm.
No,
that is
but
something.
it'll get you like part way to what you're.
That's you know, this might be the first thing in my life that's left me speechless.
I know, right? Wow.
You know,
Lord Farquaad?
no, not even. Lord Farquaad is a lot harder than this.
Belgian monkey saying, "Wow, I found my soulmate. Thanks, Kai."
I'm glad that somebody wants it.
Oh. Let's see. Yes, no, it's Squid. I assure you. Feel free to look it up yourself. There's plenty of photos and video of interviews with Trump's mom. This, I assure you.
Oh, is
it's
there
him.
a gender conversation? Wait.
Oh, hang on. Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
jeez.
I'm ready for this.
Oh, this is so fucking reductive and just, oh God, let me read it.
As a they them.
Take a
Why?
drink. Take a drink.
Why are there so many genders when languages provide the option for two only? Well, there's your first problem, but we'll touch back on that in a second. Meanwhile, they, by the way, who is they? Meanwhile, they are promoting they, them, something made up. Yes, because we've never referred to people as they or them. It's an entirely new construct for language. Let's push forward. Or just their name. Oh, you know, there, as in an active form of they or that, never mind. Then these people will attack you physically if you accidentally suggest their gender. Why do
Hell yeah.
people have to be completely different? Is it just to make them feel good? Outcasted? The floor is open. Have fun.
Ooh, okay. I first thing's got to say, anytime that I've accidentally said someone's gender or genderized someone by pure accident, they have never physically attacked me. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Exactly. They're literally making this shit up because they saw it on some fuck. I don't even know at this point.
And technically, back to the dinosaur age that you're talking about, there was 3 genders, medically proven 3 genders at the time that this dinosaur crap came out. Okay, male, female, and what was the third?
Intersex.
Those who have both.
Intersex.
Intersex.
Yes. Rosa. Yay! Time to educate the cis.
Amen.
Love you, Rosa.
I think also it's just like the limits of. I think that this is once again, it shows the limits of the forced limits of whiteness and the forced limits of colonialism. Specifically, like we're seeing that like within the English language and also like within the like settler colonial system that we live in. Like if we look at other cultures, if we look at other languages, if we also look at the cultures that pre-existed settler colonialism, we'll see that there were multiple genders that were present before like whiteness and all that shit got
I
its
hate to
hands
break
in
it
the
to you.
mix.
This isn't even, you can't even lay it at like colonial doorstep. this is literally a modern construct that has been crafted inorganically for political purposes. Because you can go back to Shakespearean texts even and find
And,
you're right.
find references to. This is literally nothing to do with any of that. I mean, it piggybacks using that system of, you know, like a framework for sure. But the fact of the matter is it's a relatively recent phenomenon.
Wait, Acid Goblin did witness a physical attack. Sweetie, if you witnessed a physical attack, I'm going to say that it probably wasn't because someone just accidentally assumed a gender. I'm going to assume it was because of actual, like, anti-trans violence. And for that, I don't want to say I endorse a physical attack, but I won't say anything else about it. I'm not going to say I don't endorse it.
No. Here, I'll give this to you. All right, are you ready? Put this on record for you. I neither condone nor repudiate it.
Oh, that's it. That's the word.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Sorry.
that's the legalese
Like,
politician's answer is I neither condone nor repudiate those actions.
This is why I'm an organizer and not a politician.
I am merely
Ozzy Mom, I love it.
I am merely here to provide context for the situation you have described. Welcome to Tap Dancing 101 with Kai.
Tee.
Tee.
I
that
saw
was cute.
somebody put. Oh, and by the way, can we just address the fact that, I mean, we have thousands of years of cultural history throughout the entire globe of societies around the world recognizing non-binary gender standards.
Yeah.
Like,
And it's not just about different private areas, Acid Goblin. Gender isn't about your private areas or abnormal private areas. You are extremely misunderstanding gender right now.
and multiple people fucking, you know, premarital who's got a fucking PhD in, is it
Yes,
English?
Squid. Gender and sex is not the same. Yes.
And then, you know, fucking German has 3 genders. I mean, it's not even close. It's
Indigenous people have multiple genders.
Exactly.
you know, Thai, Indian, as in India, you know, the actual Indians. Fucking
Yeah.
Columbus. It's close enough.
Did
Indians.
they just fucking kill them already?
Thank you for the follow, Dom Pedroy. Dom Pedroy. Sorry if I just butchered your name. And thank you for the follow, T. Trene. But
I think this is the perfect moment for that meme where there's a video where the cameraman walks up on the dad who's at Pride and they say, "Sir, how many genders are there?" And he said, "I don't know, I just got here." And I feel like that is the perfect answer. I don't know, I just got here. I don't know how many genders there are. Does it matter?
Dom
Does it affect
Pedro.
your life? Does it affect like you living your day-to-day life? Like, why does it matter this much?
well, I mean, it's seen as a method of political attack. Moomin, I'm gonna check that out.
Culture
Thank you.
wars.
Genders in the brain. SJXF, can I come on? Please get to know. Well, please allow us to get to know you more by interacting more in chat first. Unfortunately, due to past abuses, generally speaking, people who just ask to be on air are not allowed to be on air. We're going to need to hear more from you in chat first before that is, you know, a thing.
I'm here because Kai knows me really well.
Peach is
And I'm here because I struggled to get here.
Peach, you know, is a semi-regular. Like, that's the thing. Is you just be a member of the community, you can get on my air. But I gotta know you first. I have to know you're not gonna just jump on air and start screaming the N-word over and over and over, as has happened.
Yeah,
Ew.
Yes.
I know, right?
Oh, let's see.
Y'all transphobes are making me go out for a cigarette. Y'all realize what y'all are doing to me?
So the ethnicities around the world have to deal with gender. I don't even know where to start with that question, right? So the ethnicities around the world have to deal with gender. All right, one, can we just talk about the language? Have to deal with gender, right? Like you can see the framework, the structure in your own mind based on the linguistic constructs you're using to address this topic, right? They have to deal with gender. It's a burden. It's a burden for you. Secondary to that, do the various cultures around the globe handle genders and gendering things differently than we do? Yes. I mean, most assuredly. They have for many, many years. And by many, I mean millennia in some cases. Mnemonic, buy us a few drinks first.
Actually, I think someone who has had transitioned can have a baby. It is medically possible. It's just not done so often, I guess you could say.
It depends on the like what type of medical transition though. Like that's a whole conversation.
Yeah.
Cause like if it's a person like who has a uterus and they like chose to like they made the choice to like remove their uterus, then like obviously that's not possible at that point. But like it really depends on the level of medical transition.
Yeah.
Cassidy, don't ask me. I'm look, not to drag it back to my realm of expertise, but I mean, I'm an anarchist who tries to get people to understand what that looks like all the time. And I guess for some people, you know, Kat pointed out multimodal distribution of, you know, sexuality and non-binary gender constructs just as difficult for some people, right? Whether it's through willful ignorance, lack of exposure, or political biases, you know, underpinning sort of, you know, providing an undercurrent of reason that they're fighting against this. Either way, getting people to envision things that they sort of have no exposure to is oftentimes a very difficult thing to do.
And some of the I tell you, even us indigenous people trying to help to understand that we always had two-spirited people.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally like, what? How hard is it for you to understand? Like literally.
Well, it's
like,
okay because I mean, remember someone, and I'm not using that as I'm not inferring, I'm not obscuring somebody's name by using that. That's their actual username. Remember someone 7070 who said that, you know, gay males don't exist.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So they're
As you're sitting right in front of them.
yeah. He's fucking it's. There's no accounting. Oh, do you want the whole take, Beach? The whole take is insane.
Go, please read it to me.
Well, the take is that there is no such thing as an organic homosexual male, that there is a concerted effort dating back apparently thousands of years that in the educational processes that when a male exhibits these sorts of tendencies, they would have ultimately ended up being a transsexual. And they are guided into becoming a homosexual male by some sort of processes, and that all gay males ultimately would have been trans.
Wait, that took a lot of turns that I didn't expect.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
And Buzzard, yes, I am native.
It's yeah, good. Just sit
Can
on.
you tell by the name?
Sit on it for a while, Peach, because it takes a while to digest. Trust me, we had a day and a half on this channel trying to figure out that craziness.
I really thought that I had gotten to a point where I knew the things that I knew the subject matter that I couldn't understand. For instance, math. I'll never understand math. I don't want to. I've realized it's just not my gift. This is a new territory. This is a new space. And I think that I lost a few brain cells
Welcome.
while that was being explained.
Welcome to the club.
But I welcome it. I welcome it. You know, I need less wrinkles in my brain.
It's just based off of this like debunked pseudoscientific theory by this one guy Blanchard, autogynephilia, and it's just this whole fucking thing. It's just a ball.
I'm just gonna respond to it the same way that I respond to everything that I either don't understand, really love, or just don't know how to respond to. That's hot.
Nice.
That's really hot.
Gorinth, or Goran, Goran the Serb, one. Can you define what anarchism is to you? Thank you for the follow, Kariak. All right, strap in for the fuck. I'm not even going to pump it into chat. Here you go. Anarchism is a wide river with many streams and tributaries that contribute to it. But in my opinion, the core and essence of anarchism is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a horizontal organizational structure known as a hierarchy, and the philosophical challenging of unjust power and authority mechanisms in society, and the replacement and the dismantling and replacement thereof where they fail to meet that challenge. There is anarchism in a nutshell. Acid Goblin is apparently only 17. So
Oh, baby.
Who?
Acid Goblin, the one who started the
one who
gender stuff.
witnessed an attack.
Yeah, 18.
Oh, they're only 17.
18.
Sorry, 18
apparently
plus.
18. But yes.
I still want to
alright,
hear more
21
about this
plus.
attack.
All right.
21
alleged
plus, buddy.
attack.
Welcome to internet laws.
Oh yeah, Moomin. I forgot the homosexuals militantly oppose bisexuality too. I forgot that one. Yeah, that was another take. It was so weird. We had a day and a half of this shit.
That's Tumblr. That's Tumblr stuff. Now I'm realizing the brain cells have returned. This is all stuff that I saw on Tumblr in like 2012. Like, what the heck?
Let's see. All right.
So Buzzard, before we start looking into that question, does me being native have anything like, does that somehow discredit me because I'm native?
Wait, what's his question?
He asked me if I was native. And then he also asked, why do women go after, why do lesbian women go after lesbian women that look like males or present themselves as males?
Oh my god.
If they don't like
that's
males.
not what?
Don't
Okay, can I
Yeah.
answer that actually?
Feel
can I
free.
answer that? As a queer femme, people are attracted to what they're attracted to. Also, like, not every lesbian goes after butch lesbians either. Like, and not every lesbian relationship is a butch femme relationship. That's a huge misconception that's constantly thrust upon lesbians consistently. I know tons of like femme relationships, butch relationships, but also even if a lesbian woman or non-binary lesbian is going after a more masculine presenting woman, that doesn't take away her femininity just because she presents in a certain way. That just means she's showing her femininity in the way that she feels fit to show it. Like, it's not on you to dictate what is presentable femininity.
Oh, and by the way, I'm gay. I suck dick. You know what? I hate fashion, and don't ask me to design or decorate the interior of shit. All right?
I love you guys.
Yeah. Like,
And I'm femme, and I do plumbing.
there you go. I'm a gay dude. I'll help you build shit. Like, I'm super handy and crafty. So, you know, fucking, I don't want to hurt a nail. No, motherfucker, hand me a hammer. So, yeah, those.
But we love our femme gays. We love our femme gay men. We love them. Where would we be? I'm saying the royal we.
Yeah, I hang out near like exclusively with straight dudes. They're my crew. They're so much easier. They're so much less work.
Oh my god! Don't go on that. That is such a thing.
Squid. It almost sounds like you've rehearsed that spiel a few times, Kai. Rehearsed? No. Said? Like 1,000.
Buzzard, with your previous comments, that leaves people to question what it is you're talking about, or the way in which you're asking the questions.
That is true. And on many other channels, like, you may get like a straight ban. Like, that's the sort of thing. Like, I do try to build a space where, okay, so somebody may be horribly miseducated or propagandized or on something, or just know none of the proper terminology, and the manner in which they're going to ask a string of questions is going to be borderline offensive to some people. But I leave the door open for that reason, that maybe we can educate. The jury's still out. And Cool Boy, yes, that was the person who said that they were the interest was sparked because of, like, they were a soldier in Afghanistan. It was the weirdest fucking conversation. Have you heard of Oscar Spengler? He's a conservative socialist. Nope, haven't heard of him, but I'm gonna look him up now. Oswald Spengler. You may mean.
So Cassiol, or Lowell, says, radical Kai, what system in anarchism would or could prevent something like a polygamous, whatever, incestuous village, sort of like the polygamous towns in Utah where families sort of breed each other's daughters for each other? Probably bad example, but just the idea of smaller interconnected sets of rules would still be worse than one center set of rules. More actors, data, perspectives, people involved, larger views, whatever, etc.
I don't know. Okay, so I'll get to. There is some sub conversation that I missed. Okay. So it starts. Yeah. All right. It starts with what you just asked, and then it has devolved into what I just caught the tail end of. I had to scroll up a ways to that. What system in anarchism would or could prevent something like a polygamous, incestuous village, sort of like those polygamous towns in Utah where families, oh, you mean the ones that currently exist anyway? Where families sort of breed each other's daughters for each other. Probably a bad example. Just the idea of smaller interconnected sets of rules would be still worse than one central set of rules. What would prevent that? Peer pressure. That's literally what it would be. It would be peer pressure. We would broadly define it as social interactions and the withdrawal of willing connections thereof, or the withdrawal of the free association with them. But ultimately it would be peer pressure. And I mean, the fact of the matter is they exist even in an authoritarian state, right? We haven't eliminated them, and we have literal jackbooted thugs that will go in there and shut shit like that down. And they haven't been able to eliminate it. So fundamentally, it would require a social group and a cultural change. Anyway, so let's see. All right, now I can go down.
Derp. Trying to find out who, what, when, and where. Okay, Buzzard, I get that, but some of your questions have not exactly been very, how do I put it? What's the word I'm looking for, Kai?
Worded sensitively. That's, I mean, use a little bit of care when choosing your words, or use a little bit more care when choosing your words. But again, this is just a limitation. This is a limitation of education, right? This is a limitation of experience and exposure. Oh, hey, Fertus. I got you, Fertus.
Hello.
Let me kill
Yo,
you.
what up?
How is everyone doing?
Not too bad.
Having a queer day. It's wonderful.
No, I'm not offended by you asking that I'm native, but your previous questions that you were asking in this chat room had led to the position that you may be coming off as like, ew, you're native? Ew, gross, disgusting.
I mean, why does it matter anyway?
What? That I'm
Oh,
native?
Exactly.
Acid fucking relayed the story for you.
Oh.
Well, I'm guessing it grants you authority. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I entered a club in school during my senior year, and with multiple transgender and non-binary students, they attacked the student who was forced to work in this group with two of them, where this person accidentally said it. This transgender, I love that. That's great, by the way. This transgender, not dehumanizing, got upset and attacked a man, where then the whole group of those affiliated ended up kicking a man on the ground.
Wait, are they saying that this person quote unquote, accidentally called a trans person it?
I don't know.
That's not an accident, because that's not an accident, and in that case, I neither condone nor whatever Kai said earlier.
I neither condone nor repudiate.
Exactly.
Yes.
And where is that one? Goran. I'm a veteran in many different ways, and that's all I'll comment on that. Okay, so you're a 42-year-old man. Okay, yeah, okay, fine. You're white. Yeah, okay, fine.
Surprise.
But like we keep telling you, the way that your questions have been rolling have been showing that you're leading in a bad faith, or can be seen as a bad faith, and therefore you might be one of these chuds that we've had in this building with their white supremacy nonsense.
Also, being a 42-year-old white man doesn't give you an excuse to be, like, ignorant. I know a ton of 42-year-old white men that are people that, want to know these things and choose not to be ignorant on these points by listening and being receptive. That there's no excuse, like, really.
Okay. Casey, you have to understand that anarchism works under the non-aggression principle. Basically, there's some problems there, but the fundamental principle is that if you do not violate somebody's integrity as a human being, then you have a right to self-defense. If you do violate somebody's integrity as a human being, then you do no longer have the right to self-defense in society, and the individual has a right to defend themselves. So the idea that there wouldn't be a group that could not step in an anarchistic situation and resolve that situation of an incestuous town. This is the weirdest example I've ever heard of somebody coming up with, by the way. Congratulations. You're taking the cake on this one. But that there couldn't be a societally organized structure that is able to step in and mitigate and moderate that sort of situation is not correct. It just would be framed and organized differently under an anarchistic society, including the rehabilitation that would occur afterwards, because there wouldn't be vengeful justice sort of situation. There wouldn't be this Calvinistic, Quaker-driven sort of, lock them up and throw away the key and let them just pray their sins away sort of situation we've got going on now. So there would be a rehabilitative process behind the scenes as well. So yeah, it's not that it would just magically go away, but what is encompassed in peer pressure or societal pressure within an anarchistic framework is far more caring and less forceful than the society that we have, the situation we have now. And by forceful, I mean showing up with cops and guns.
And by the way, you have to love the constant trolling there, because those are very edge cases, and like what we're trying to achieve in an anarchistic society is to eliminate a whole lot of fucking violence. So we can maybe be worried about incest down the line.
Hey,
That
Rise.
doesn't matter.
And Cassie, I have to tell you, when we look at the child protective services, and child welfare and foster care systems, we will find a shit ton of sex offenders.
Yeah, in the current systems, yeah.
Trust me, I know. I went through a little thing called the 60 scoop. Trust me, I know.
Jesus. And like that shit's still happening to this day. Like the people the people that think that like I'm talking about currently, like what it like compromises CPS like in the US and Canada, like they're like, as someone who's either been adjacent to like personally or worked closely like within those systems, like it is not a good situation. Like it is not a good situation, and hurts a lot more than it could ever help.
Hey,
And somebody sitting
Hey,
back
Rise.
trying to pretend like they're some great hero
see you later,
while
Oz.
at the same time they're destroying kids' lives.
Intentionally so.
Intentionally so. Placing them with known pedophiles as foster parents.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think so.
Have a good night, Squid. Have a good night, Oz. Catch you guys later. No, my life in soda. Everyone talking is not an anarchist. Anybody want to shout out what your fucking leanings or how you would identify your political leanings?
I'm a communist.
There you go.
You go ahead there, Lord Free.
I was gonna say the other two are crypto fascists.
yeah, probably. I don't. It's always hard. I guess I'm a socialist leaning anarchist.
There you go.
And I'm a native indigenous person who believes in my culture and my spirituality and my traditional way of life.
Mm-hmm.
So he's an anarchist.
Thanks, Kai.
Simple. Y'all,
No, Kai, that'll start a fight in some circles. I've seen some fights break out when people make that assumption. Seriously.
That's just mutualism.
That means you are Antifa.
Antifers.
Yeah, I think
No,
that's what
that
we can all
means
just say.
that no, Rise. That doesn't mean I'm Antifa. That means I'm Black Bloc.
Woof. All right, let's go. Get your bags, lovers.
Wait, what is this person saying? This person that's oh god, I lost it. The Kodo? Why not just have the Canadian state enforce CPS on the First Nations? Has that been tried?
Oh yes.
I mean,
Wait,
that's
what?
literally what the 60 scoop was.
that's
Like,
the problem.
Sadie,
That's the opposite of what you want to do. So like flip that
that's
on
what's
its
happening
head.
right now.
Yeah, like don't make CPS enforced on First Nations and First Peoples, and you'd solve the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And not just that,
Because we've been dealing with CFS being, we've been dealing with since like fucking residential schools. We're dealing with CFS and forcing themselves on us Indigenous people and stealing our children, and then them being lost, raped, beaten, tortured, molested, all kinds of fucking shit going on. That either ends up to them either being murdered, committing suicide, or a life imprisonment.
it was a dark joke about residential schools. That's what that was. Nice. Let's see.
Hey, by the way, fuck you all. It's my birthday, motherfuckers. Fuck you.
Not in my time.
Happy birthday! Can
Not
we
in
get
my
some happy
time zone.
birthdays going in the chat? Can we get some happy birthday to you?
Aww.
Skeptic, drop it in chat. The Skeptic has a book recommendation for Sue.
Let's get some happy birthdays going in the chat, though. Oh my god. Kaiser just said, I want a prostate orgasm.
Why not?
What? A prostate orgasm?
Like prostate.
Hey, I love this. I love this take. Casey, damn, all right. I guess anarchy is bad. Thanks for trying, guys. Casey, you can't help the willfully ignorant. I'm sorry. Good luck to you. Good luck with your authoritarian globalist government, which in this instance isn't a euphemism for the Jews, seeing as that's what you're advocating for. But I think that you'll find that once you institute that level of authoritarianism, you're probably, oh, you're a communist. So yeah, you're fine with large state bureaucracies.
Wait, what did I miss? I feel like I missed something. Oh.
Yeah, because that never ended up in, I don't know.
I'm just going to step back in that moment.
Yeah. I'm fine with ANCOMs.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate that.
Happy birthday.
love.
Happy birthday from all of us to you. Happy birthday. I'm just
Thank
telling you
you,
if
I
you have
appreciate
any business experience. Oh, that private IT consultancy that I ran in Las Vegas servicing casinos for how many? Oh, no, I'm sorry. What? If I have any small business experience, if I have any business experience, you know, many small private departments will always produce exactly garbage compared to many departments working together with oversight. You realize that if you had any experience in IT, you can coordinate a distributed network of operations over an entire globe's worth of nodal systems and get better output. See folding at home. You can solve protein folding problems, the likes of which no human being or larger corporate organizational structure had ever been able to accomplish using a decentralized distributed network system. You can accomplish far, far more utilizing a distributed network operation.
Based.
Bok, before I say anything, please tell me that that's another dark joke. Bok said, so CPS is Pizzagate? Oh, and Cassidy, I know the exact casino that you're talking about. That place is a shit show.
That's edgy, but I recognize that as a joke, yes.
Well, congratulations, Casey. You just learned something. I did not know that featured in anarchist theory. Read some bookchin. Yeah. I mean, it's not even...
Cassidy Kashada.
I'm still waiting for this book to read suggestion.
Wolf. Oh, no, it's in there. The 500 Years of Human Resistance by Gord Hill. It's an anti-fascist comic book that discusses in comic book format the history of resistance with European settlers.
Okay.
So the 500...
If you can find me a link for that online that I can just like look at it online rather than actually having to go search it out in some store somewhere, because I'm not interested in meeting up with anyone and catching COVID. Thank you. Actually, you know, that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Catching COVID?
No.
It'd be cute. It'd be quirky.
I mean, how would you put someone who has been to many protests, many standoffs, and other forms like that as an indigenous person? How would you put them? Antifa or Black Bloc?
Oh, no, dude, they're Black Bloc, 100%. Yeah, I mean, they'd be subcategorized. They'd be... it would be automatically Antifa, but based on indigenous tactics of resistance, they would be Black Bloc as well. So they'd be both.
Okay, so Rise, yeah, I'm both Antifa and Black Bloc, yeah.
Yeah.
Based.
The Anti-Capitalist Resistance comic book. All right, now that one I'm looking up. God, can we buy anything not on Amazon?
Yeah, I know, right?
It's like it's a monopoly or something.
We should do something about that. Like maybe have some laws on the books that like you could do something with. I don't know.
The Kodo, if you see on my picture On my name, Native Youth Movement.
All right, AK. So it's by AK Press, so I can get it not Amazon.
Yeah, Kudo. Yeah, we are OG Antifa in North America and OG Black Bloc.
And for those of you that aren't familiar with AK Press, they are a worker-run, collectively managed, anarchistic publishing house.
Nice.
So, I believe AK Press, AKPRESS.org will get you there. Let's not discuss that live on chat or on air, Joe. I'm just going to pull that.
Oops.
Let's see. Do that over on Discord. Dumb question. Do you think there's any chance Trump would declare martial law? Well, he's already declared a state of emergency for DC. So there's that.
You believe we overcomplicate things in society these days?
Derp. One thing people don't understand is that a large portion of crime doesn't come from so many people just being evil, but the system fails them, and crime is the only way they can think of to survive. So to say that there would be an extreme crime under anarchy is just crazy. Yes, because if you address the material conditions of the populace, you'd be amazed what you can accomplish, right? Like, that's the thing. Anarchism is shared space with socialism, and depending on how you modify it thereof, you know, can definitely get along with communism, but it's about the elimination of the unjust hierarchical structure and the power and authority mechanisms in society that are so ripe for abuses, as evidenced even within communist motivated spaces. So is, you know, that's the focus of anarchism, is a moral and philosophical challenging of those things. I mean, do you believe we overcomplicate things in societies these days? Society is complicated now, right? I mean, I think it's adequately complicated. Given we have satellites in geostationary orbit, and we have submarines carrying nuclear bombs being powered by, you know, fission floating around underneath the surfaces of the ocean, and we have a global supply chain, I think society is adequately complicated. Neither under nor over.
It is what it is. Would you care to entertain an hypothetical? How would you, would you think about creating an enterprise designed to sell luxury goods to ultra capitalists as a way to accrue capital and run, you know, let's say more communitarian, communities build stuff with that capital.
Well, hang on a second, buddy. BT, I need you to look up a picture of Sitting Bull, Chief Sitting Bull. Okay? Then you'll see what leaders look like in a system with no rules.
What the fuck? Best way to get a girlfriend now that Trump is almost out of office. Talk shit about Trump. I gotta tell you.
Give her money. Give her money. That's really my best answer.
Give her money?
Yeah, pay for dinner, pay for food, pay for her rent. That's how you get a girlfriend.
Oh, such a toxic relationship in our society.
As a man, I have to disagree.
So happy to be gay.
I'm just joking for everybody in the chat. I do believe in love without money.
Except the truth of the matter is you're not wrong. I mean,
well, they're two separate relationships
Yeah.
for me.
There's-
What kind of dating are we talking about?
there is truth in there. Sitting Bull was a great spiritual guide whose life was taken so soon because of the change of indigenous revolution due to their popular Sundance movement.
What?
He wasn't
Skeptic?
just what?
Hold on. Skeptic. I'm sorry, Kai. I got to take this one.
Fucking do you,
Skeptic.
man.
Skeptic. Have you not been coming to my channel and learning anything, bro?
Why is none of this loading? There it is. There it is. Okay. Now it's loaded. Cool. Okay, cool. All right.
Yes, Skeptic. Yes. And I'm going to tell you how. First things first. Sitting Bull was a great leader, was a great spiritual leader, not gilder, whose life was taken so soon because of a change in indigenous revolution due to their popular Sundance movement. No. Sitting Bull's life was taken shortly because the Indian Affairs white guy who sat back and decided that Sitting Bull needed to be ended because the people believed in him too much. Does that help you to understand?
Chilling, yeah, we saw that. Deutsche Bank cut ties with Trump. That
time.
I forget who said it earlier, but can we cut ties with Deutsche Bank? Like the world?
Yeah, fuck a bank.
Yeah.
Can we just fucking get past that already?
Sorry, Kai. I had to.
No. Trust me, there's shit that I would
Go off, birthday boy.
I would step in immediately and fucking go on a tirade, so don't worry. All right. I am feeling the end coming on. I have been on for 5 3/4. I have had
Are you leaving?
Well,
we leaving?
I've had a productive stream, and there is a significant amount of people here.
Curio.
No, I'm already Curio. I'm light year. I've already got it queued. So
hey, everybody! Before Kai runs away, later on today in the morning, I will be doing a birthday stream on my channel. You all are more than welcome to hang out. Come hang out, celebrate my birthday with me.
All right.
Love y'all.
Sue's link is in chat. Thank you for the follows that are just coming in. But we're going to raid out to my dive bar. My buddy Curio from back in the podcasting days runs what I describe as a vaudevillian show, comedy, anecdotes, storytelling, just general shit fuckery. Thank you for the follow, Acid Goblin. Come on by. I'm on 5 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific. Tuesday, Thursday, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. Peach, Sue, Peach, at Fratus, thanks for joining me on air.
My pleasure.
Thanks for having us. You know I'm always coming in here, bro.
And with that, as usual, as always, guys, all of my stuff is available on kaisthings.com, kaisthings.com. Previous episodes, podcasts, essays, all my stuff goes up there. And I hope you're as well as you can be. And join me for this raid over to the Obscure Curio. Catch you guys later. Let's kick this raid off and see how many we can... How many of you viewers have big dick energy and are solid human beings that want to raid over to Curio? Let's see. I'm gonna
Come
let
on, let's get 80 people. Come on, let's get at least 80 people. Come on, folks.
come on.
Let's do this.
From
Come on, let's get in here.
90 down to 55 that are willing to raid over. Fucking it always fascinates me, the raid psychology. All right, let's raid now. Catch you guys later.
Goodbye.
Okay.